Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Global Synergy Conference 2026. We are delighted to have you all here with us. Thank you to everyone that has joined us in person and to those who have joined us online. My name is Theo LaRue, and I will be serving as your guide throughout today's conference, full of high-level debates and focused conversations on the most pressing global issues. As a Martin Center flagship event, the Global Synergy Conference features international policymakers, tech experts, and defense analysts to sketch a roadmap for the global strategic landscape and Europe's place in it. Today's event will serve as a space where ideas, expertise, and political vision meet, forming discussions that will resonate far beyond these walls and will turn challenges into opportunities for stronger partnerships. In uncertain times, such dialogue is essential to ensuring that Europe helps shape a more secure, resilient, and cooperative global order. And now, without further ado, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage the president of the Wilfrid Martin Center for European Studies, Mikuláš Dzurinda.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear friends, a warm welcome. I welcome you all to the second edition of our Global Synergy Conference, titled Power, Partnerships, and the New Global Order. Together with our partners from Asia, from Africa, Latin America, North America, we will seek answers to the challenges of our times. Challenges that are as numerous as they are truly unprecedented. I am honored to welcome you all on behalf of the Martin Center, the official political think tank or political foundation associated with the European People's Party. Today is particularly momentous as we mark the 50 years of the European People's Party's existence. It has been 5 decades of leadership, vision, but also defining role in shaping the politics of our European continent. 2 years ago, we envisioned a conference to bridge the gap between Europe and the global South. We were clear from the beginning this initiative was driven by more than just a desire for stronger economic ties. Russia's invasion of Ukraine acted as a major catalyst. Today, the European People's Party and the broader European Union are committed to an intensive political dialogue with the Global South, aiming for much closer alignment on foreign policy and global security. That is why we are here today. Representatives of both the non-governmental sector and the academic community, which consistently help shape the substance of political dialogue and policy as such. The return of President Donald Trump to the White House has deepened our conviction that such active cooperation is essential. While we continue to view the United States as our partner and security ally, we cannot ignore unilateral United States decision regarding tariffs that harm our economies and stifle economic growth. We observe a similar trend in the realm of security, where certain decisions do not always align with European interests or global stability. The strike by the United States and Israel on Iran has significant implications for the Middle East, but also beyond, as well as for global economy and global security. We must acknowledge that this attack occurred without any attempt to secure a United Nations Security Council mandate, and without any consultation with the United States allies and partners. That's reality. Saying that, we come to the third dimension of current problems or difficulties: the weakening of multilateralism and the rules by which the world has governed itself and adhered to until now. It is natural that many regional and more global blocs or groupings of countries have emerged and are still emerging, cooperating more closely in economic, security, environmental, technological, and other areas. No one objects to the existence of NATO, BRICS, the European Union, the African Union, ASEAN, or other blocs or other groupings. However, the weakening of the authority and capacity for action of the United Nations is a mistake. United Nations is not perfect. We all know the institution needs a reform, but there is no other or better place to exchange views and to talk to each other. President Trump's Board of Peace cannot be an alternative to the United Nations and its institutions. A multipolar world likely offers humanity a better perspective than a bipolar world. Nevertheless, we should maintain the multilateral dialogue for which the United Nations serves as a platform. Dear friends, these challenges lie at the heart of efforts by the European Union and a reunited Europe to forge new alliances. Our goals are clear: to end Russia's war against Ukraine, prevent further escalation in the Middle East and beyond, to curb new waves of massive migration, and tackle rising inflation and energy costs, as well as breathe new life into our economies. It is a significant achievement that we have concluded trade agreements with Mercosur, India, Vietnam, Chile, Kenya, Singapore, and the Caribbean nations. While some are already operational and others are awaiting their ratification, there is no doubt that these deals are delivering and will continue to deliver tangible benefits to our citizens. I believe, however, that the relationship between the EU and the Global South should extend beyond mere trade. Comprehensive cooperation is very natural and a highly promising path forward. Why is that? Lately, the European Union has rallied around a defining concept: our way of life. This concept has been born in the wake of significant migration. This phrase was intended to signal two things. First, that we empathize with those escaping conflict in places such as Syria or Afghanistan, and support those seeking economic opportunity. Yet, at the same time, our way of life serves as a declaration of respect for the very values that rebuilt Europe after World War II: individual liberty, humanity, human dignity, solidarity, tolerance, respect for rule of law. It is therefore both natural and forward-looking to strive for close cooperation, partnership, and alliance with countries that share the same core values. While we maintain full respect for cultural diversity, these shared values provide the essential foundation for our collaboration. It is my sincere hope that we succeed not only in economic cooperation, but also in the realms of foreign policy and security, areas that are becoming increasingly central to the European Union's priorities. Distinguished guests, thank you very much for joining us here today in Brussels. We are committed to ensuring that the perspectives and the recommendations, the main takeaways from our discussions will be presented to our political leaders without any delay. Our leaders will read our recommendations and the summaries from our panel discussions. I hope you find the event truly inspiring, and please enjoy your time here. Thank you very much for coming and joining.
Thank you, President Dzerinda, for kicking things off.
Jorge? Yes. So, good morning, dear President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and friends of the Wilfried Martin Center. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the first panel on economic security. Had we this discussion, say, 5 to 10 years ago, I think hardly anybody would have discussed these issues such as trade agreements, investment screening, economic security, and what a dramatic shift indeed has happened over the last years. And now we look a lot of things through the lens of security, which is definitely another point. But don't be afraid, we will not boil and continue in our Brussels bubble. We deliberately conceptualized this global synergy conference to get out of this gazing into our own navels and having the voices and perspectives from other regions of the world. And we start indeed looking a bit closer how policymakers and experts, for example, from Singapore, from New Delhi, from Nairobi or Sao Paulo, will look on us in terms of how we conceptualize these issues. Because these economies, these countries have undergone a dramatic development over the last years, and much of that was definitely driven by globalization. So this is not only a negative development, they give them an incredible opportunity to develop. But as you alluded, President, these heavy clouds on what we have taken for granted, open markets, rule-based interaction, these have all gone, or at least has been dramatically scattered. And we had been really surprised how fast the trust, for example, in international cooperation and in multilateral agreements can erode and will be very difficult, I think, to be rebuilt. So while Europe is finding and trying to find a new place, we have also to ask, how are we seen from abroad? And that's exactly why I have invited extremely interesting people. I would like to welcome first, of course, Julio. You are here representing the EPP and the expert, I would say, in our complex trade issues on the European level. I would then further go on to Malaysia, to Kuala Lumpur. Dr. Manam, we are very happy to have you here. We would have pleased to have you here in Brussels, but, well, I think the connection is stable and you can hear us quite well. And then,
Yes.
perfect. And then moving a bit further on to the other side of the continent and the region is Jorge from Latin America. You have a huge expertise also in the private and public sector issues, but currently, and that's interesting, I think, for a lot of us, heavily engaged in your home country's fate in Venezuela, which is at the brink, and we are very curious how the development, and we hope that everything goes into a kind of democracy. So the core question for this panel, we have roughly 50 minutes today, is how can we design our European strategic agenda, in particular in securing our economic and political interests? How can we strengthen our trade relations and strategic investment, for example, remaining and becoming hopefully more and more attractive without sealing us and hiding us behind walls of protectionism, because this is definitely not the idea Europe is standing for, and I think neither is it in your interest, for example, in Latin America nor in ASEAN. With that, I would like to start, Julio, with you, because sitting at the very center of these debates, we have seen a lot of initiatives, and the Euro has always considered itself as the flag holder of an open economy. Our very idea of the European Union was based at the very end of breaking down barriers which have divided us for many centuries, I would say, and now we are facing this issue a bit on a global scale. So do you think that we can still pursue protecting our interests, becoming not naive and vulnerable on the one side, but on the other side, being the voice and the main actor in keeping an open world, because we had advantages, this cannot be doubted. Julio, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Peter, for having me, and President Zorinda, of course, for having me on this panel. And I think that being the politician, nobody's perfect, so being the politician in the panel, I would like to start with a sort of opening statement about what has been already referred by my dear friend, President Mikuláš Dzurinda, and this is the 50th anniversary of the European People's Party. And I will not make a speech about this. I will just say that being a think tank for the European People's Party, trying to formulate ideas that will go on the table and hopefully also to the ears of the leaders of the European People's Party, I think that we just have to observe that 50, that's the age of maturity. So that would be really, in 50 years, we had so much challenges. Just go back, please, to 1989, and you remember changing of the world order, because that is what we are seeing today. The world order is changing. The last big change was, I think, in 1989, and then the European People's Party had some answers, and those, I think, were valuable answers. So now, that was an age for us of adolescence. We were less than 20 years old in 1989 as a European People's Party and umbrella political movement. Now we are at the age of maturity, so I think we should give even more valuable answers. And, well, the short answer to your question is yes, we need to maintain an open European Union, but to do so, we need partners. And then I picked one word about from your introductory ideas, and that word is trust. Because if we can build trust as a European Union in Asia, in Australia, in Latin America, in India, and today I think it's a very valuable choice that has been made to talk specifically about India a little bit later, then to talk specifically about Latin America even later in the conference. And everything is about trust, because if we can even build up more trust with our partners, then we can maintain the trust, then we can give our contribution to the global order which is changing. And some twin words and values linked to trust, I have two to give to you: reliability and predictability. To be reliable, I think, in the world of trade, but also in the world of global security today, to be reliable means that if you have a deal, then you keep yourself to the deal that you have signed. And to be predictable means that if you have said something on Monday morning, you have still to stay with that, not only on Friday afternoon, but even for the duration of the deal that you have signed. And so I think that we are trustworthy as a European Union. We always have to prove it, but we are trustworthy. We keep our contracts, we keep our agreements, we maintain our values because our security policy, exactly like our trade policy, have to be built on values. Our values are known, our values are public, our values are valuable and are shared with many like-minded partners. So I think we are trustworthy. I think that we always have to prove that we are reliable and we are predictable. And if we succeed that, then with a lot of work, we can consolidate what has been recently started. Of course, it's after 20 years of negotiating Mercosur, and then you say recently, but it is a conclusion, and we have to stick by it. After, again, more than a decade of negotiating with India, or about more than 2 decades of building relations in ASEAN countries. Of course, you say recently, but recently we have this sense of urgency. So I think a lot of work stands in front of us, but I think that there is good chances to be hopeful, like this spring morning here outside of our conference room.
Well, you're traveling quite a lot. You mentioned these major negotiations. Is this the perception you think others might have? And I will both Jayant and Jorge ask later on from their perspective. But if you're traveling, say, to Southeast Asia, is this an issue you receive, that we are trustworthy, that we are one who are predictable, for example?
It's not for me to say. I have had recently important travels. We have been present with the International Trade Committee in the Philippines, in Manila, for very good talks. Last autumn, we have been to Indonesia, and you know that the Indonesia deal has been signed, and now we are waiting for it to be translated, you know, and legal scrubbed, and so on and so on. And then we start the analysis in the European Parliament for the EU-Indonesia deal. But it's not for me. If it seems to me, yes, that we benefit of trust and we benefit of openness. But it's not really for me to say you have partners and people invited for this conference. In the same time, I think that one thing has to be said very clearly, at maybe at the beginning of this discussion. Today, trade and security are intertwined. So there is no separation between trade and security. You don't have security without trade. You don't have security without trusted partners. And trade is the vehicle to build and to consolidate that trusted partnerships.
So then let's ask our friends here in KL, in Kuala Lumpur in Southeast Asia, which is for many reasons a key strategic region. We at the Martin Center have done a lot on research how Europe and the ASEAN countries, for example, can better cooperate in terms of diversification. Because, Jayant, I think the situation you're facing in your region is to some extent not so different. You're also sometimes squeezed between the big hegemon, China, for example, Europe, well, an attractive partner, hopefully, but not at that stage, I think we could realize. So how do you see this from a Southeast Asian perspective in terms of economic security, in terms of maintaining a certain kind of order?
Sure. Thank you. I trust you can hear me. Let me know if you can't, of course. Yep. Excellent. So let me just quickly start by saying I'm so sorry that I can't be there in person. We live in difficult, uncertain times, and at the last minute, I had to abandon my flight because of the stopover in the Middle East. But I'm so glad to be able to join you in this way, thanks to technology. So to your question, so I think from a Southeast Asian perspective, the ASEAN countries have historically been able to manage their geopolitical and security concerns in a way that does not interfere with their economic relations. And you mentioned being caught between these two hegemons, China and the US. Look at China. I mean, many ASEAN countries have had significant and continue to have significant disputes with China involving the South China Sea. Yet, trade and investment has flourished despite these concerns. So the whole concept of friendshoring that's been very popular under President Biden is alien to many ASEAN countries. But the question now is that finally changing? And this is what I think we need to address. The US has been trying to get ASEAN countries to choose for some time now. And you might say China also has been doing the same, but in a more subtle way. But the US has been trying to institutionalize this choice under President Trump, and by using the bilateral ART deals, ART, to do this. The first two were signed with Malaysia and Cambodia on the sidelines of the ASEAN summit in October last year in KL. Now there's one with Indonesia, and others are being pursued as well. Now this requires countries to align with US policies, a whole range, including security, and it limits the flexibility to negotiate new agreements. So it impinges on the country's independence and sovereignty. Article 5.1 of the ART deal with Malaysia has been widely interpreted as requiring Malaysia to mirror US sanctions against third parties, which is China mostly, right? And this would cut into its independence and its long-standing commitment to multilateralism and open regionalism. Of course, the Supreme Court ruling that has thrown out President Trump's IEEPA authority to impose unilateral reciprocal tariffs has, thrown a spanner in the works. So we'll have to wait and see how this all plays out in the next few months. But these deals are in some sense separate because they have been negotiated between the two countries. They haven't been imposed unilaterally. The US actually has drawn the link to the reciprocal tariffs, saying that if you want to keep your new lower rates, then this is the incentive that we are providing, right? Sign up for these ART deals. But the ART deals are much more wide-ranging. So for this reason, I think these countries are looking to diversify, to reduce their current heavy reliance on the US market for their exports. And this is a sensible risk-reducing strategy. And the obvious candidate to look to for mutually beneficial two-way commercial relations is Europe, especially with the green transition, which Trump has called a hoax, with the digital economy, and also on building on traditional areas of trade and investment, including, of course, services.
Wonderful. We will be back on that topics, also the transition, the investment. But Jorge, is the situation in Latin America so different? You are now also in a new area, not becoming just the backyard of the United States again, but diversifying. And Julio mentioned Mercosur. Well, with all the delays we might expect, but there's a great opportunity. And you are indeed profiting also from opening markets, don't you?
I mean, like opening markets and securing markets, there is no trade-off between them. There is no contradiction between them. You cannot have fully functioning market economies if they are insecure. If your energy mix is overly dependent on one country or one specific supplier. If you are at the victim of possible drone attacks, if your cybersecurity is not in place, if your trading partners are not aligned with your political project, So in Latin America, the huge opportunity has always been, but right now even more, is an energy opportunity. With the rise of artificial intelligence, with the construction of data centers, much more energy will be demanded. There will be an increase of 25% of the demand of electricity in the next decade. And to do this, Latin America is positioned then to supply energy. Everybody thinks about oil because of Venezuela, because of Ecuador, because of Brazil, but there is critical minerals, and there is this region between Peru, Bolivia, and parts of Argentina that have these critical minerals. In Europe in particular, it is so important to have this conversation because it is unpostponable. It is extremely urgent when you look at the specific capability deficiencies that our economies have, because we have been overly giving too much trust. We have been too relaxed when it comes to economic security. Everybody talks about the energy deficiencies of weakness that some countries in Europe have. But the same happens in finance, the same happens with territorial control, and a market economy cannot function under those conditions. People think that if you put too much security measures, then developing countries will not grow. But the reality is that when developing countries are also exposed to over-dependency to insecurities, we also don't grow. Think about the number one reason that many people don't want to invest in Latin America is because of insecurity. Think about a scenario in which we bring democracy to Venezuela and we bring free markets to Venezuela. Which company is going to invest there if they think that their executives can be kidnapped, if they think that there is Iranian cells in Venezuela, and if they think that the energy system is overly reliant or controlled? When it comes to the specific constraints that, for example, Latin American investors have when they want to do trade or more investment with Europe, tariff is one thing, and I know that there is this process of reducing tariff, but besides this, there is lack of financing options. Moving capital between Europe and Latin America is increasingly difficult because of a specific compliance rules that there is in the banking system, especially in Europe. These compliance rules can be traditional financial compliance, but it can be even social, environmental compliance rules. For example, if you have a mining project in Latin America and you are an entrepreneur from Europe and want to invest there, the screening process of banks make it so difficult to mobilize capital. In that context, then China becomes extremely appealing because they can mobilize capital quickly, they can mobilize big amount of capital, long-term duration of credits. So what we need to do in Europe is then to find ways to address every single one of these barriers to trade. And I think that we should even open up more our trade relations, but we need to do them in a way that we also factor in these specific constraints. So for example, the next panel is about India also. When it comes to India, entering those markets, it's not only about tariff, it's about other structural factors. With Latin America, it's a similar thing. So that's what I will encourage to, is that we don't have time to wait, because from here to 5 to 10 years is too much time. The insecurity of our economy is something that we need to fix now, and it is good also for economic growth. And that's the number one factor that I see when I talk to investors, to business people, because when you think about the complementarities, Europe has all this amount of financing option, but in some sense is blocked from going to Latin America because of compliance. The same way with technology. Europe has all this cutting-edge technology that Latin American firms, they need. The amount of unmet demand in Latin America is staggering. The need for new businesses, the need for new capital in Latin America is staggering. And me, as somebody from Latin America, I can tell you that the number one partner that we want in the region is Europe and is the United States. We want to do business with Western democracies. We want it because it's part of our culture. We want it because we understand that it's good for our political projects as well. We just need to make it happen systematically because we do share the values, and I think we do share trust, but it's about breaking these very technical barriers that right now exist.
We will go a bit further on later on what you call technical issues, which I think are highly political issues. But you also give me two keywords, definitely. This is the transformation from aid. Too long we thought that others might receive and need our aid. We have to move into more strategic engagement. Investment has been mentioned. And Jayant, Southeast Asia is often caught a bit between different initiatives. You are one of the first strategic regions of the Chinese Belt and Road initiatives, for example. Europe wanted to counter with its own global gateway. We are very much fancy of a lot of issues such as resilience, supply chain issues, or sustainable finance. These are the buzzwords we see very much swirling around here in Europe. But if you compare, Jayant, these initiatives, we have been very happy that you see as well Europe as a main partner. How are we really on the ground? Does it make already a significant difference? And if not, what are the screws? You alluded to that, Jorge. What are the screws we have to adjust to be more visible, more sufficient, more reliable, maybe?
Sure. Well, let me start by actually providing some context of the BRI. I think it's useful to separate private investment from others. And with others, I mean public and the public-private partnerships, the PPPs. So BRI is in the others category, mostly, right? It's mostly public, but there's also some PPP type projects and investments. But it's also evolving, following criticism, mostly, about debt trap diplomacy, environmental degradation, and so on. And China is responding to that, and they've now also come up with a new program launched in the middle of the pandemic called the Global Development Initiative, which is smaller projects, more social sector oriented. But I think Europe's involvement in the region, mainly, or European countries, mainly comes through the multilateral development banks so far. So the World Bank, the ADB, and of course, even the newer ones like the China-led AIIB. And they continue to play a big role. And in fact, the fastest growing lending in many of them now is private sector operations to complement their sovereign lending to these countries. And I think this is the conduit through which European countries, as major shareholders in all of these MDBs, all of these multilateral banks, can continue to play an important role. And that's what we have seen so far. You ask if the EU is moving fast enough. I think it does need to catch up a little, but the time again may be right, with Southeast Asia, as I mentioned, looking to diversify their commercial relations, both trade, investment, and borrowings and equity, looking towards new partners to reduce their current heavy reliance, not just on the US, but also on China, right? Being overly reliant on any one or two countries is not a good thing because it subjects yourself to country-specific risks. We've seen the risks with the current US administration. China is slowing rapidly now, and so that's also going to feed through to the region. So Europe is a whole bunch of countries. It's number 3 always in the economic sphere next to US and Europe, US and China. But I think there's a lot more that could be done in terms of building that. And if I can, just in a couple more minutes, just talk about one way in which we can do that. I think the first thing is to try and build institutionally a stronger link between the EU and the CPTPP, which has several ASEAN and Asian region countries in it. And then this to be followed by a link up with the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which has all the ASEAN countries and the +5, right? China, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand. India pulled out at the last minute, but may come back in. The EU has bilateral FTAs with almost all of the CPTPP countries, and it's negotiating with many more, including many of the ASEAN countries. We've already talked about the Indonesia agreement that was in negotiation for a decade. And then finally, it has been concluded, the one with India. So things that were previously difficult are now being made possible. And I think that's where the future lies, through these institutional link-ups, not mergers, but link-ups.
Well, you both, Giant and Jorge, you mentioned to this transformation challenges. Europe, we are facing, I think, a triple transformation. It's the green, it's the digital, and also the demographic transformation, things which happen on your soil as well. I think that needs a lot of strategic investment. I'm a bit concerned that we might cement existing patterns. Well, the exchange of Latin America to Europe was very much driven by raw materials, energy to a certain extent. Are we not facing the danger that we will persist and continue in these kind of exchange patterns? Or where can we bring in this transformation, which you need definitely to upgrade and to get the real value? And we did not talk about the social dimensions of a more inclusive economy, which you have worked extensively on. So both of you, how can we inject as Europeans? Money is there, definitely. How can we enable to help this transformation, which on the other side will definitely help our transformation?
Yes, let's be precise. If you are a business person in Europe, or if you are trying to bring investment to a place like Latin America, there is a specific reforms that you have to do, but they are, all of them, very achievable. Achieving economic growth when you are already, achieving investment growth when you are already a wealthy economy like Europe, it is extremely easy to do because all the barriers you need to break are political or policy barriers that are self-inflicted. For example, if you want to bring your companies to Latin America to try to accelerate investment on energy capacity, but also financial capacity. Remember that in Latin America, most people don't even use a bank account regularly. And in Europe, we have all these extremely developed network of banking capacities. So if you want to enter the Latin American market, then you need to open up financing options for your companies. This does not mean from the top down to open up grants or specific investment financial packages. It means lowering and decreasing compliance barriers that people may have when they want to enter the Latin American market. The second thing, you need to also analyze how is the composition of the specific structures of specific markets in Latin America. So for example, in energy, you will see that many Chinese companies are in Latin America, but the same is in manufacture. And many of these Latin American business people, they want to partner with European business people. So you need to identify that. Many governments in Latin America, they don't want to over-rely on one specific partner. So for them, partnering with Europe is also beneficial. Environmental, ESG, for example, environmental social governance. We all believe and we all want a healthier, more safe environment, climate, but the reality is that many of these rules are they need to be improved. They're being ineffective now. They're blocking companies from entering other markets because it's very difficult to prove that you are going to be as environmentally friendly when you're entering a Latin American market as if you are doing a European market. So that may incentivize investors to go to Latin America. And when it comes to technology-driven, Europe has extensive technology that in Latin America we need. I mentioned this example of banking. The expertise that Europeans have on how to build and how to run extensive banking networks. This is something that it can function and it can do very well in Latin America. But for that, you need a much more deep-down, complex investment strategy. I don't think there is a risk of just focusing on the commodity aspect, because I think that right now Europe needs to strengthen its all supply chain and capabilities. And the most important aspect of the economy of the next 10 years and 20 years is going to be energy. So that has to be the priority, in my opinion.
A step back to what you first mentioned on compliance, ESG. Julio, this is one of the big issues we are currently debating here in Brussels with all these omnibuses running around the city.
Perfect. That's the word I have been noting down, omnibus.
Go ahead.
But please, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, what are we hearing from Latin America and Central Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries? We are hearing the following, even in this discussion now. Oh, guys, you are so nice, you are so value-based, you are so principled, but my God, you are so complicated. And this is what we have been told from one and from the other perspective, and it is absolutely true. It is absolutely true. So now, when we see ourselves in a process of simplification, and I underline, it's not about deregulation. Of course, we can have ideological fights. Of course, I can understand people of a certain ideological position who are now afraid that they will lose something. But it's not about winning and losing ideological stories. It's not about winning and losing the Green Deal. It's not about winning and losing the triple D or quadruple D or so much due diligence and so complicated reporting requirements and so on, moving capital, as it has been said here, which is really can be a nightmare. So it is about something that life is asking from us, and life says, please stick on the ground of feasibility. I would say hashtag feasibility. So come on, let's take this world serious. If something is very difficult to be done, if something in real life is in day-to-day life of a company, imagine that probably in the situation that our competitiveness has major problems. Mario Draghi has written on it 800 pages on our competitiveness problems, and we are only at the beginning of implementing, if anything, of those recommendations of the Draghi report. And then when we say simplification, that means unlocking the existing potential. It is something that we are doing so often. We are speaking about potential, but to realize, to unlock the potential, we really need this omnibusing, and thank you for bringing it up. So it's not about ideology. It's not about winners and losers. It's about hearing what our partners are telling us.
Yes.
When, you know, analysis, you would be compatible with CPTPP. You would be compatible with ARCE, but you would be if you would just get more realistic. So please, hashtag feasibility.
You're both invited, Cheyenne and Rohit.
Yes.
Give one very few examples, because we have another block to discuss before we open then, of course, to your ideas and your conclusions.
Yes.
Please start, and Giant, you are cordially invited, of course.
Yes, very, very concretely. If these feasible, a bit pragmatic solutions are not put in place when it comes to the compliance barriers and other barriers, there will be a point in which the desperation and the urgency for fixing them, it will lead to an even worse outcome or an organized solution. Right now, we can do organized solutions to these issues because, exactly, right now, for example, in critical minerals, rare earth minerals, the percentage of these minerals that come in reality from China is almost 100%. It's not 90%, it's not 80%, it's almost 100%. When you go to places like Congo, out of the 12 big mining facilities, 11 are directly or indirectly owned by China. And then the US then has to, Europe has to go, and then they have to bring back the supply of these minerals from them. In Latin America, there is an opportunity, but without the relaxation of these compliance rules, it is impossible. It is the same reason that banks cannot go to Latin America. It is the same reason that energy companies are not able to raise capital It is the same reason that defense companies are not able to raise capital to produce and to increase the defense capabilities of Europe. The interest rates of defense companies are structurally higher by at least 2% because of all the excessive compliance. We need to simplify in Europe, and we need to make things simple for people to innovate and to build.
Jayan, what's the perspective from Southeast Asia on that issue? How do you perceive these Brussels effects and myriads of regulatory frameworks?
I think we share a common concern as developing countries do in South America and Latin America. But can I add, though, so basically I agree with what's being said by my fellow panelists, but I might add something to this and ask that if I can't speak for Southeast Asian countries, but the sense that I get from listening to them is that there is a bit of a concern of the increasing weaponization of trade policies. And here, we have seen it play out dramatically with the current US administration, but it also operates in more subtle ways, which is of concern to especially the poorest countries of Southeast Asia, the LDCs. I do a lot of work in Cambodia, and Cambodia has had a tragic history, as I'm sure you're all aware, where the Khmer Rouge destroyed every institution, and they're trying to rebuild, and it'll take time, and it's difficult to supply the standards that you're used to a country in that stage of rehabilitation, not even development, it's rehabilitation. And so, there will be human rights concerns, there will be other security, non-trade issues that are very legitimate, but to punish the people of Cambodia for the challenges they're trying to overcome through sanctions or through other punitive measures is something I think it firstly doesn't work, secondly is hurting the wrong people, and thirdly, should probably not apply. If they don't apply to very powerful developing countries like China, they shouldn't apply equally to very poor, weak countries like Cambodia.
I would like to go back to a topic, President, you mentioned in your introduction, it's the trust issue. We talk a lot about technology, market sizes, access to markets, but I think there's another asset which Europe, I think for good reasons, has created. That is, we are, as Julia, as you mentioned, we are based on rule of law issues. We are predictable to some extent. We trust in each other. We have a model inside European Union, which we had quite successfully, I think, done, not least when we are today celebrating 50 years of EPP. We had been one of the sources of this connecting people and diversity and overcoming the past. But this is an issue which I think should not be underestimated as a success factor in our relationships, and as many other forces are currently destroying deliberately these kind of webs and built up by those forces, by the way, who once built it up in the aftermath of the Second World War, the US, for example. So this is an asset I think we have underestimated, and we should also be proud and putting that into the debate. This is an asset to be built upon. Julio.
It's not only about cherishing it or not only about being proud of it, but also it is about securing the future of the rules-based order. The European Union, our partners in ASEAN, in Latin America, we all have values and we have interests. But if our interests bring us back at global level to a sort of 19th century power politics, that would be, I think, an involution. And that would be less security to everybody, that would be less dignity for all the people around the countries of our partners. So we ourselves, the European Union, is a rules-based organization, and we will have to uphold this rules-based system. It has to change, by all means. We have values, and you have spoken about the European way of life, which is, of course, so important source of our compatibility searches. We can discuss in one way with Latin American countries about common cultural roots, but we can, by all means, discuss in Asia about common values or similar values, because the human dignity is a value that we all respect. So then we have this, once again, let me go back to feasibility criteria. So, Paris Agreement, we want to uphold it by all means. The green transition has to be also supported by people and working for the people, by all means. Have we problems with the digital transition and with the demography? In all our partners, those are common problems. So then if we give value-based answers to those problems, then it means that we can advance together. Of course, having various problems of comparison between what China does and what the European Union does. Come on, the Road and Belt, I think, has already proved that it's not a miraculous solution for the problems. It brings dependency. And then dependency, of course, after 2020, after the COVID crisis, we know very well that dependency is always becoming vulnerability, always. So that's why we say trade and security go hand in hand, and I think that's not a negative thing to discuss about weaponization of trade, but what about weaponization of dependencies? So, of course, there is two sides for every coin. I think that we are valuable, and not with the Brussels effect per se. I don't think that our regulating capability is such a source of pride. But our value-based regulating capability, that indeed is a source of pride. And for this, we need partners, because value-based regulation can be done on common cultural basis, but also can be done, as it is the case with Southeast Asia, on common interest and common respect for human dignity basis.
Well, if you both, John and Jorge, have no immediate reaction, that I would like to open indeed the floor now for you. We have touched upon a lot of different issues, so feel free to pick out anything. For the sake of the time, I keep it short, and please introduce yourself that we know whom we are speaking and maybe to whom you are also speaking. The gentleman here, please. And we have microphones here, my dear colleagues, so please, go ahead. Wait just a second.
Thank you. Kurt Geisert, I'm one of the guides in the House of European History. Question for Mr. Winkler. Remark of President Zurinda that the war against Iran has no mandate of the United States. What are the consequences for the European Union? Thank you.
I dare to collect some of the interventions. Are there any voices? The gentleman here, please, in the second row.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Günther Martis from the CLEAR team on designing and helping for a sustainable society. One question specifically to the area of Latin America, I think less in Asia, but also in Europe, the question of corruption. That's a huge topic and also a hurdle to invest money. And the second thing I want to add is we are talking about trade and money flows. But the real thing, and that is what actually creating a lot of resistance among people, simple people, is that everything is concentrated on the investment and on the gain and on the profit of investors, of big companies, global acting companies. But in reality, the poor people on the streets, specifically Latin America, but also Asia, they have nothing from the resources which are in their countries. That's the picture. Thank you.
Well, Julia, I think the first issue is an issue of how Europe positions in a very awkward situation.
What can we say anything else that we are hoping for the diplomatic solutions to work? So finally, diplomacy and not the guns have to have the final word. Of course, when we make the analysis, and tomorrow it will be the European Council, and I would not like to be in the place of certain prime ministers or presidents tomorrow, because it will be a difficult one. I also would not like to be in the place of our Vice President of the Commission and Speaker for the Foreign Affairs, because that's also a very delicate position now. But one thing I know, if we have the list of our international obligations, some majority of EU member states are NATO member states, so that is a rules-based organization. Our union is a rules-based organization. We still have the United Nations functioning and probably not being replaced by any kind of peace forum soon or later. So we have those rules, and we have to take a look at them, and we have to think about the people who are suffering, and we have to, regime change. That is something for us to decide. I don't think so. If we have a request for supporting a clear plan, that would be something else. And I'm speaking as a guy who was of 25 of age in 1989 when my socialist country get rid of its dictator. Thank you.
Then the second point is very interesting. I didn't allude it very much to that in my introduction, but this issue of inclusivity of a all-comprehensive development is an issue both in Southeast Asia and in Latin America. So you both are now asked, what do you think? How can we use these kind of spillover effects that it's trickling down a bit? Because otherwise, indeed, we create an extremely unequal global issue, and then we will undermine all these ideas of values, of rules-based order, if we cannot show that everybody profits from that.
Yes, your question is an excellent question. It's the question that I think all of us from Latin America that have good intentions, we think about it every day since we are young, because we are resource-rich countries, but extremely poor societies. Think about Venezuela, highest oil reserves in the world, 5th biggest gold endowment, natural gas, but at the same time, 80% of our people are in poverty, 50% in extreme poverty. The same happens in other societies. So why then this becomes, this is a challenge, this is also an opportunity for Europe. When it comes to the challenge, for anybody who wants to invest in Latin America, the number one issue is the unpredictability of the judicial system, the lack of enforcement of property rights, is the fact that if one day a public official who is highly corrupt, they want to steal your property, steal your assets, they are able to do so. The opportunity here is that, at least I speak for the people in my generation, we want to change that dramatically in Latin America. The leadership, the young people, we want a complete change.
Could you please... Sorry. Okay, please continue.
Of course. So, in this new era of geopolitical tensions and this breaking of the 1990s consensus, I think that Latin America emerged as the biggest chance or hope for not only economic growth, lifting the standards of people, but also greater and better democracies. It's in our culture, it's in our aspirations as a society. From that perspective, that's why I really emphasize the connections that we need to develop with Europe. We have strong political connections, but we can have even greater economic and business connections. I spent a lot of time talking and thinking about how to have principled business people rebuilding Venezuela. Because to have a healthy political institutions, you also need to have a healthy business environment. You need to have healthy commercial elites. So in countries like mine, if we manage to bring democracy, we need to then manage to lower this level of corruption. These are political questions that have policy and technical solutions. There is ways to involve international institutions in the enforcement of property rights. There is ways to involve international banks or international financial institutions in the property rights registry. There is ways with technology to make trade policy, to make ports, to make taxation way more transparent. You can leverage tokenization, blockchain technologies in order to have a way more transparent public registry. And I think that if we have the political commitments and then we have the technical solutions, we can make changes. I'm very optimistic in Latin America, especially because of the way our generation sees this problem, understand this problem, and we have seen for decades, even centuries, that if you have extremely corrupt economic institutions, nobody will benefit. What you will have is 80% of your people in poverty, and you will have a top 1% of very corrupt actors enriching from the resources of the entire population.
Giant Southeast Asia is often seen in Europe as a miracle. That rise is dramatic over the last 30, 40 years. Yet, you mentioned Cambodia, for example, there are such deeply rooted pockets of poverty, and, well, the political systems do not necessarily contribute to overcome, as you alluded at the example of Latin America. So where would you put your first efforts, and how can Europe be part of that endeavor?
Sure. So I think in Southeast Asia, the remarkable story is one of poverty reduction. And, you know, in Asia more broadly, I mean, China is the obvious example where, you know, lifting 800 million people out of poverty in 4 decades. Vietnam, even Cambodia has brought down poverty from, you know, 2/3 of the population to now around 20%. So there's still a lot of work to be done. A lot of people hover just above the poverty line. So any kind of economic or environmental shock can push them down into poverty, and they may not easily recover. So it's certainly an ongoing challenge. But I think the upcoming challenge is growing inequalities, both within and between countries. And this is where I think the whole political and social cohesion and stability of countries might be threatened. This is going to be seriously exacerbated by all the trends, the long-term trends we're seeing, technological trends, especially digital and AI, climate change, all of which will add to inequities. And I think that's where the challenge lies. Now, finally, can I say a little bit about corruption? I think in Southeast Asia, for instance, you've got the full spectrum. You've got Singapore, where I work, you know, very clean, relatively speaking, very clean government. And you can see the benefits of that type of system, creating prosperity for its people. And you've got a lot in the middle, the original ASEAN countries where corruption exists, but it serves to oil the wheels of business, if you like. And then you've got extreme cases, and this is especially the poorest countries where corruption is so high that it actually involves deadweight losses, right? It actually cuts into economic growth, and that needs to be addressed. But as I said, you know, some of these countries have had devastating histories. They need time to build institutions. That's not an excuse; it's a reality. But I think you know, they can see the demonstration effect all around them of how countries dealing with these issues can create prosperity, and they're working in the right direction. And Europe, as a trusted partner, I think has been playing an important role, especially in the poorest countries in the Mekong region, and can continue to play an important role.
Isn't this also the success model we had in Europe after the Second World War? And with that, I would like to conclude our first panel. It's just the starting point. The very idea we had is this global synergy issue. So looking into experiences to see where we can cooperate with preserving our European way of life, which is something which we cherish, and I think others will do. I would like, first of all, thank you first for your contribution, but first and foremost, of course, to all of three. It was a great pleasure. That's the very idea, to bring these voices and views from outside. We will continue on that throughout the whole day, from security to AI, So stay with us, enjoy this kind of networking as well. And again, thank you very much to all of my colleagues who have organized this issue. With that, I would like to give back the floor, the master of ceremony, to my dear colleague Theo Larry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you to our panelists for all of your insights. Thank you also to our audience for your thoughtful and stimulating questions. It's now time for our first networking and refreshments break. We will resume at 11:15 for the next part of our program. First with a focused conversation on India, and then a panel discussion on security partnerships in a new geopolitical era. See you there. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We now move into a dedicated segment on India. As part of its diversification strategy, the EU is deepening ties with the Indo-Pacific, a region of exceptional economic dynamism. States in the region, including India, are responding to growing geostrategic rivalry by seeking reliable partners to strengthen resilience. Both the EU and India have expressed a clear intent to enhance bilateral cooperation across all sectors. With the conclusion of the EU-India Free Trade Agreement, the implementation phase of this partnership will be pivotal. We will explore these themes in a one-on-one conversation between Harsh V. Pant, Vice President at the Observer Research Foundation, and Giugia Anna Ferenci, Visiting Fellow and Academic Council Member at the Martin Center. Giugia, over to you.
Thank you, Theo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our focus conversation on India. It's a focus conversation, so we will have about 25-30 minutes, all just to ourselves. So we will be able to explore this topic as already the tone was set by President Zurinda. And I'd like to start a conversation with a line that a friend shared with me in Delhi just about 2 weeks ago when I was there, and I had the pleasure to also meet with you there. And this is from a book about India. So the line goes like this, it's very short. It says, "How India thinks matters." So I think this really captures the current momentum in EU-India ties. I don't need to convince anyone in this room that for Europe, India is and has become an increasingly important partner. And I think this feeling is mutual. I mean, you'll tell us to what extent that is the case. I think Europe also understands that India's transformation has broader implications beyond India's borders, and Europe is looking for partners. We have an FTA, which was secured in January, the mother of all deals. And as I was told in Delhi, again, just recently, this FTA reflects the aspirations of modern India. Now, this is also why we have a highlight on India of all countries and like-minded partners, I should say. So again, thank you for taking the time to fly to Brussels and take us outside of our Brussels bubble to really look at the Global South from a different perspective with the Global South. Now, I prepared 3 sets of questions, and I'll share those with you so that you know what to expect and what not to expect from this conversation. And basically, the idea is to help us understand how India thinks. So the first set would focus on India's vision and place in the world. The second, I would like us to look at India and strategic autonomy. This is a term that is very relevant these days. And also the ability of India to exercise agency and to choose its own path. And finally, to zoom out and look at the role of India and Europe and what role the two partners can have in shaping the global order. So on the first question, India's vision and place in the world. And I'm using notes just because there's so much to say, and I'll try to speak freely, but I just don't want to miss anything important. So allow me to use my notes and cheat here. So India has projected itself as the leader of the Global South. And in the age of Trump, India is doubling down on multi-alignment. You're welcome to also comment on that concept. Improving ties in the region and the EU, positioning itself as a friend of the world. Vishwamitra, if I'm correct, that's the term. And wants to shape global governance. India also wants a permanent seat in the UN Security Council, which is seen as a critical step to give a larger voice to the Global South. Now, so with this background, would you say that India is recalibrating how it sees its own role? So I think it would be interesting to hear about India's self-perception, how India sees itself, and how it wishes to be seen on the global stage. And please do remember that, we are trying to find ways to connect the dots between Europe and India. I mean, we talk about the global stage, but the focus should be, if I may invite you to go in that direction to really connect us back to Europe. So that's my first question, and then I'll follow up with more.
Thank you, Giugia, and thank you, the Wilfred Martin Center, for having me this morning. It is always wonderful to be able to come back to Brussels and meet friends, and also to see how the conversation on India has evolved over the last, I would say, decade. I think there was a time when everyone said that, look, this is a partnership that is that has so much potential, and yet it never reaches potential. So it's good to see that it is finally touching all those touch points that were often talked about, but we could never reach there. The fact that after more than 2 decades, or almost 2 decades of conversation on FTA, finally we have it. It's a tribute, I think, to the persistence of the negotiators, but also in some ways the changing nature of the global environment, which is also pushing India and Europe to relook at each other as partners. Again, I think the term was used earlier, reliable, predictable, and in some ways strategic in their orientation in how the global governance roadmap should be laid out. So, I mean, you have raised a number of issues. I would just start by touching on a few of them. One is the self-perception of India and how India sees global governance. I think the fundamental change that we see now coming in Indian foreign policy articulation and operationalization is the sense that India should be a rule shaper, not simply a rule taker. And I think that, in a sense, is a lot of what we see today in Indian foreign policy, India's approach to global governance, India's ideas that its partnerships should be tailored to certain concrete outcomes, and those partnerships, given the fragmented nature of the world and given how the multilateral order is no longer working, those partnerships in some ways can't be exclusive partnerships. So I think there is, as the global order and as the multilateral order undergoes a transformation, there is a sense that this is an opportunity for India also to put its voice out there, to be able to articulate a vision for itself, but a vision that is I think, embedded not simply in a very narrow definition of what India may want, but also, I think the other point that you raised is how it reflects and amplifies the aspirations of the global South. And that, I think, has always been there in Indian foreign policy, even when India was India's capabilities were very limited during the Cold War. India always tried to articulate that position of developing countries and how their agenda should be at the front and center. But I think what has happened over the last decade or less than a decade in some ways is this sense that great power competition has increased. Fragmentation has increased. Again, multilateralism is no longer working. And what we have seen conspicuously since COVID, Russia-Ukraine war, a multiplicity of conflicts emerging, and great powers trying to renegotiate the terms of their engagement, major powers trying to make themselves catch up vis-a-vis each other. I think what has happened is that the global governance conversations have really become much more embedded in that fragmentation, and which means that we can go back to COVID, or we can go back to Russia-Ukraine war, where a lot of the challenges that the global South was facing, or the developing world was facing, were no longer on the agenda. And I think India's attempt has been that, of course, they matter to India from a national interest perspective, but also to have that agenda being framed in a manner which can amplify those voices, has been part of, I think, the conversation that India is having, both with itself, with its partners, and of course with EU, as you said, it has to ultimately also drop down to the level where India's bilateral partnerships can also encompass some of those conversations. So I think broadly, if you look at it, from non-alignment to multi-alignment, India's journey has been in recent years more about partnerships, more about what you mentioned, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, in the sense that India's interests are not simply its own interests, but also its interests embedded in the larger interests of the global South, as well as shaping the larger architecture of global governance, where some of these voices, which often get missed out, gets reflected.
Yes, I mean, the Global South was already mentioned at length, and this is also part of the conversation today. And I think in Europe, we often are a bit timid when we use the term. So perhaps you can help us a little bit here, because we always add, well, indeed, the Global South is a diverse region. is big, so perhaps there is no global south as such. We just lump countries there that are emerging, developing, and I think I've heard voices in the global south, I am also using it just for the sake of this conversation, that there's a lot more hesitation in different parts of the world. But then you have India, and under the current government, there is this pride, let's say, to be the leader of the global south. And there's a much more ease in Delhi to use this. And then I always wonder about the effectiveness, like what is the reception of this claim to be the leader of the global south? Because then, and I'm bringing China into the conversation here, we know that India and China do compete when it comes to the global south. And China claims that it is always going to be a developing country, and it claims that its identity is rooted in it. And then you have India. So we have competing models. We will get to the global governance conversation, but perhaps for this first set of questions, I'm being very structured here, but if we stick to this first set, I think it would be interesting for you to comment a little bit on the reception of this effort that India has to reach out to the global south.
My own sense would be that Indian leaders or Indian policymakers would be relatively reluctant to talk of themselves as leaders of the global south. I think more often you hear as a partner of the global south, that we are also in the same boat as you are. So I think generally it's a partnership with important geographies like Africa or Latin America, or even in Asia broadly with ASEAN. We have seen, for example, it being reflected in different visions of different geographies in Indian foreign policy. With ASEAN, for example, India has had ASEAN centrality at the core of its Indo-Pacific outlook, approach to the region. And I think the argument there has been relatively simple, is that ultimately without ASEAN being at the core of our engagement with the Indo-Pacific, we won't be able to shape the regional security, economic, developmental architecture in the region. So I think in some ways this is a pragmatic realization that there are certain key geographies where investments have to be made, and those investments will have to deliver concrete outcomes. Similarly, in Africa, I think more than competition, I would say, for example, that you mentioned vis-a-vis China, I think that the recognition that India, for example, cannot really replicate the China model. India has certain strengths which are uniquely Indian, if you look at it from an African vantage point. India has had a longer history of engagement with African issues and a journey where India has been a true partner, decolonization and then the early developmental phase of Africa and India together. And so there is an ideological conformity there between Africa and India, which is very distinct from Chinese approach to the region, where China comes with and we were discussing it in the first session. China comes with assets. Here are the advantages that China brings to the table: monetary, developmental, etc. And those are very significant, advantages that China brings, which in some ways has reconfigured the developmental aspect of landscape of Africa. And India can't compete with that. India can't compete dollar for dollar. India can't compete project for project. It's a very different model for India in Africa. And therefore, I stress the word partnership, because ultimately what India's model is that this is not a competition with China. This is about a partnership with Africa. And whatever our partners in Africa want us to do, we are happy to lend you a helping hand with all the challenges that we also face. And I think there the advantage that India has is that given the trajectory and the developmental trajectory to a certain degree, which has been in sync with each other, there is a lot of trust that India enjoys in certain parts of Africa, which China may or may not, because of its which not so long a history with Africa. So I think those are the issues where India's approach, as you mentioned, Global South is a very broad term, but in operationalization of it, it's very distinct. So you have distinct approaches to Africa, to ASEAN, to Latin America. India's recently very phenomenal outreach to Latin America is a reflection both of the reality. I think earlier we were talking about how rich Latin America is in certain ways. So a realization that those interests also bind us, but also realization that a lot of the conversations that India does with Africa are very similar: reform, multilateralism, global order. What do you do with certain aspects of non-traditional security aspects? So I think in operationalization we see a much more variegated response to Global South than saying that India is a partner of the Global South in broad categories.
Yes, and thank you for pushing back against the competition, because I think that's how I frame the question. But I don't think any country wants China and India to compete for them. They don't want this competition. And whenever I'm in Southeast Asia, and we have many Southeast Asian friends here, I'm always reminded that, we don't want competition. Why don't you complement what we need? Why doesn't Europe fit in a bit better in that context? So I know there's not been a lot of India-Europe in the conversation, but we're getting there. But before we do that, let's touch upon strategic autonomy. Now, we all know what it means. And also, from what I read and my travels to the country, I do get a sense that strategic autonomy sits at the heart of India's foreign policy. There is a difficult geographic context, landscape that India has to navigate, and then there's the US factor, the China factor, and there's Russia as well. The last visit of President Putin to India in December 2025, if I'm correct, ended with a joint statement of a special privileged and strategic partnership between Russia and India, anchored in trust and mutual respect. So that is the situation at the moment. And so what is your sense? How does India manage to maximize its strategic autonomy? And perhaps you can unpack the context from your perspective, because perhaps Europe and India are not always aligned when it comes to reaching that sort of strategic autonomy.
So I will start by saying that strategic autonomy is the new buzzword in foreign policy. Everyone wants a strategic autonomy. So in some ways, it's a tribute perhaps to India's own role in shaping this conversation, because India was perhaps one of the few countries that was talking about strategic autonomy early on, that in terms of its core foreign policy vision. But now you hear the strategic autonomy a lot in different world capitals, rightfully so, given the challenges that are being faced. I would start, by just if you look at this transition of how India's foreign policy has evolved from non-alignment to multi-alignment, that's, I think, in some ways an interesting story to be told, because if you go back to the Cold War days of non-alignment was interpreted in a manner which was that, particularly with regard to the West, Indian policymakers were reluctant to embrace the West during the Cold War. And so non-alignment became a policy that we would shun partnerships, that partnering with the West is not a good idea during the Cold War. And of course, there were reasons for it, the post-colonial history and the way alliances were formed immediately after the Cold War came into being, and what role certain countries had in India's neighborhood in Western-led alliances. And I think that shaped India's perception of its foreign policy and its engagement, and it became a question that India would take a step back from its outreach to the West in particular. So there was partnership was a bad word with the West. I think if you look at today's conversation on multi-alignment, fundamentally the argument is that during the Cold War, the argument was that India maximizes its strategic autonomy by not entering into partnerships. Today, the argument is that India maximizes its strategic autonomy by entering into multiple alliances, multiple partnerships. So whether you have a partnership with the US or with Europe, or to a certain extent a partnership with Russia, or I would say even with China on economic matters, that there is a value to it. And so you would see India as a member of BRICS and SCO, often Quad. This is commented upon by a lot of people that it's a very tough balancing act. You have Quad and BRICS, two very different platforms, and India, perhaps the only country that has been able to somehow balance to a degree. But the Indian argument is that this is multi-alignment, that these are partnerships that India has with Russia, with US, with Europe, with the European Union, which allows it to maximize its strategic autonomy. And I think it partly comes from the lessons that India has learned. And I think a lot of the conversation in the first panel was about, over-dependence and how it creates vulnerabilities, it creates negative externalities. So I think if you see that trend, that is quite visible in India's attempt at diversification since the end of the Cold War, particularly trying to diversify away from Russia when it comes to defense arrangements, trying to have multiple trying to always say that, look, in some ways, over-dependence on one particular country on economic matters is also not a good idea. So, and therefore, you would want to be away from security alliances, for example. So I think India's evolution as a country from non-alignment to multi-alignment has been more organic. And in that sense, multiplicity of partnerships allows it to maximize the strategic space that it has to maneuver. That has paid dividends in some ways. It has also created challenges like the one that you mentioned, the Russia factor in India-Europe relationship. And it took a lot of time during the height of the Ukraine war when this became a big issue. And it took a lot of diplomatic back and forth since then for India and Europe to negotiate that difference. Yes. So, but hopefully, that conversation has allowed for a better understanding of India's position here and Europe's position in India.
I think Europe has made a lot of progress in understanding India's position on the war in Ukraine from 2022 to where we are today. And I think that's also an indication that partnership is the buzzword. And it's funny how you said that at that time, in Cold War times, partnership was a bad word, and how much the world has changed also from India's perspective in the region. But this conversation lets us go into the third part of our focus conversation, which is on global governance, multilateralism, and I'm not sure if I want to use versus or and multipolarity. Because again, when I was in India, I listened to your foreign minister, Jay Shankar, speak about these terms. And he said that multipolarity is here to stay. I mean, I guess everyone will agree with that. And he also said that the success of multilateralism should not depend on the weakening of multipolarity. And then we had President Zurinda this morning tell us that a multipolar world offers humanity a better perspective than a bipolar world, is I think exactly what you said. So I struggle a little bit in reconciling sometimes these words, because I feel that in the European conversations, we tend to prefer multilateralism. We do know that it's not working in the form that it is, in the shape that it is today. And I hear a lot more a push for a multipolar world, and China talks about true multilateralism, and China talks about multipolarity and multilateralism at the same time. So I don't know if you agree with me, but perhaps you can also challenge me on this. Do you think that Europe and India, and now we're getting more Europe into this conversation as well with the India angle, that do you think we are aligned when it comes to understanding what kind of global governance we want, and how will we reconcile these two concepts, in the India-EU context? If that question makes sense in this.
No, I think the alignment is there at the broad strategic level, which I think is very important. And I would frame it slightly differently, that I think increasingly you see a lot of powers, and one can call them consequential powers, trying to define global order by saying that, look, we need to come together and develop these partnerships and to look to a world order where US and China both are not the only anchors of this order. And I think, therefore, you see a lot of activity now between like-minded consequential powers. And consequential is my term. One can use middle powers, for example. I don't know whether Europe would like to think of itself as a middle power, or even India would like to think of itself as a middle power. But I think a number of countries are using that language, that here are these like-minded countries that perhaps are more predictable, This was again a topic earlier today when we in the first panel. That if you are more predictable, then it creates a certain resilience in the system. It creates trust. So I think that is where the discussion seems to be going. That if you see the disruptions in the global order, if you see the challenges to the global order, increasingly the big powers, the US and China, the G2, so the world minus G2, I think is a way to perhaps think about whether there is enough there in the world we can create among like-minded partners a world order that can be a bit more resilient. Because I think there has been over-dependence on certain actors, whether it is for economic reasons or security reasons, and we have touched upon it in different ways in the morning, that dependence, that over-dependence creates vulnerabilities, and therefore a lot of the fracturing of the global order today is also a reflection that great power politics is taking a different direction, and multilateral institutions are certainly not able or willing to keep pace with that. So there is a need for that order to be created, and I think Europe and India are on the same page as far as I can see it. The challenge, of course, there are differences on domains. There can be differences on green transition, there can be differences on data, there can be differences on tech regulation. But I think largely this idea that multilateralism is important, that some kind of global governance framework is needed, and that has benefited both European Union and India in their developmental journeys, that is needed. There, I don't think there is a difference. The difference is on specifics, which I think is a matter of negotiations among like-minded countries. It's not a deal breaker, but I think broadly the strategic consensus is that world is becoming much more variegated, world is becoming much more difficult to govern, and if you have 2 like-minded or 3 like-minded or 4 like-minded countries thinking about it in a similar way, then can we create an architecture that perhaps can discount the big 2 and create a framework of its own?
No, I think I do agree with you, because we do see growing convergence. I mean, that's why we have an FTA. That's why we have so many India-focused conversations in Brussels, and I think in national capitals as well. But because time is short, I want us to finish on what I started with. So I started with the line, how India thinks matters. And I want to ask you, does how Europe think matter to India, and in what ways? I mean, again, in the context of convergence and multipolarity and the future that we actually want to shape together.
I think it certainly does, and I think especially now in the current context where there is so much disruption all around and where the challenges to the global order are growing, India's partnerships, and here, just very briefly, if I can digress, if you look at the last 12 years of the Modi government, for example, in India, there are 2 geographies where actually a lot of diplomatic capital has been invested, one is the Middle East and one is Europe. And that is, if you look at their lay of the land broadly, if you see the trajectory of Indian foreign policy, you would see the kind of investments at the top leadership level, at the bureaucratic level that has been invested there. And that is the reason why we have now concluded this FTA. I think there was a real push, of course. Mr. Trump also had a role, and the global order has also had a role. But there has been a consistent effort in ensuring that Europe emerges as an important player, and the partnership with Europe becoming a very, very important factor. So I think there is a political commitment to this. And this comes from a realization that this geography, this partnership is vital for India's developmental needs, for India's technological needs, for India's financial needs, and for India's, I think, people-to-people engagement between the 2 geographies remains very, very critical. So as Europe becomes more of a geopolitical actor, which I think is recent development, this partnership can only grow stronger. And here I would also conclude from where I started. There was a lot of there were a lot of challenges in this relationship, and I think one big challenge was that Europe was reluctant to acknowledge that geopolitics matters. And India was always saying that, look, geopolitics matters to us. We live in a very difficult neighborhood. And I think that meant that the conversation that India and Europe used to have was largely about economics and trade. beyond that, the strategic potential of the relationship remains underdeveloped. I think as Europe has become more strategic and geopolitical in its orientation, this is good news for India-Europe relationship. And I think a lot of the good that has come out is also because there is a strategic and geopolitical convergence.
Well, I think you concluded very well on a very positive note for India-Europe relations. I think this is all we've had time for today, but really thank you again for unpacking how India thinks, what India wants, and I hope to continue this conversation with you in Brussels and in Delhi or wherever. Thank you again. Please join me in thanking
Thank you.
Harsh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zhuja, and thank you, Professor Pant, for this insightful discussion. We will now move on to the second panel of today's conference, titled The New Geopolitics of Security, Europe as a Global Partner. This session will examine how the EU can strengthen cross-regional cooperation on defense, maritime security, cyber norms, disinformation resilience, and critical infrastructure protection. A key question to answer will be how the EU can provide credible added value through partnerships, capacity building, and a shared commitment to a rules-based order. This session will feature insights from Jonathan Berkshire Miller, Senior Fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, Shafaya F. Muhibat, Senior Researcher at CSIS, Mehdi Rais, Executive President of Diplomatic Bridge, and Arnaud Danjean, Senior Research Associate at the Martin Center and former MEP. The discussion will be moderated by
Sir.
Okay, please.
So take it. Okay, so it's already seated here. Sorry. Good. So thank you, and good before lunch for everybody, and really it's very expressive. We had the full room really on the topic, the global issues. So what we are focusing on this session is new geopolitics of security. Europe as a global partner. There was already some clever in the lobby who was saying the security Europe as a global partner would be oxymoron, but maybe that's one issue to be discussed. So quickly framing the kind of discussions, there's two ways of approaching the issue. Basically, the kind of quite traditional way. I think the war in Ukraine is a good example of that. You know, when war in Ukraine started, it was kind of considered as a replay of the Second World War. Now, 4 years later, it has come, futuristic, something which never was expected. In the same way, you can look at global security and geopolitics in terms of borders, continents, all of that. But on the other level, what we start to see as a consequence of the events in the war in Ukraine, from the European perspective, is the hits on cable, hybrid threats, drones. The situation where the borders are melted and have less significance. And so the question is how this all comes together. And, you already Theo introduced, but I will go that very shortly. So first of all, Safia Muhibat from Indonesia, welcome. Glad you make it. You know, there were some challenges with the trips. We had some stress with the flight tickets, as you can all guess. Jonathan Berkshire Miller, Senior Fellow from Macdonald-Laurier Institute from Canada. Maybe our new North American favorite partner, so I guess we will see more and more Canadians here in this session. Then Arnaud Danjean from France, a Senior Research Associate of Martin Center, MEP, very well-known figure here in Brussels, expert on these issues. And then online we have Mehdi Rais, Executive President of Diplomatic Bridge from Morocco. He will be joining us soon. So, you know, many of you are experts. You know how this kind of goes. You know, either you focus on the global issues or in the kind of, the details. So I offer you a kind of buffet model. We start from the generics of the discussion, big questions, and then, I open the discussion quite soon for you to kind of slide in your questions. So let's start from Safia. So all these aspects, all war in Ukraine, actually you could kind of frame it around the sea. War in Ukraine, the Black Sea. Then you have the Iran war and the Strait of Hormuz blockade and the situation. And then you have the South China Sea, which is kind of the actively intensity increasing spot where things are expected to happen or not. So how does this all play together from your Indonesian perspective, from the Asian perspective? How, and especially, okay, on the European aspect I come later, but let's start from there. How this all to come together? What are the lessons learned?
Sure, thank you. Great honor to be part of this session. But indeed, absolutely. I mean, the way you explained it, it's obvious that, in 2026, security is no longer about territorial border. Now it's more about the integrity of global flows. I mean, you mentioned disruptions on certain areas, certain regions of the world would mean that, it disrupts the global circuit. So looking at it from a Southeast Asian perspective, from Indonesia to be more specific, it is about that, about the disruption of the global circuit. For us, it's devastating to witness, to see that disruption in certain parts of the world now becomes a disruption through the global circuit, and we can already see the impacts on the energy prices and digital latency for countries like Indonesia. We look at disruptions to the sea cables and everything. So that really is something that is a big issue for us. And I think that, going forward, that's how we view what maritime security should be about. Before, we were focused on issues like South China Sea on the on the territorial border point of view, how we secure our borders, how we ensure that sovereignty remains intact for the countries that are claimants to the South China Sea. But now we see that what is more urgent for countries like Indonesia is to ensure that the global flows remain open, remain intact, and to think that we need to have a say in how to maintain the flows of all the things that are important to maritime security. That puts us in a very strategic but also concerning position that we need to have a say on how we can all work together in keeping intact this global circuit. I think I'll start from there. Yeah.
All right. Okay. We'll come back to especially the the China lessons learned aspect. That we can come back to that later. Jonathan, Canada, Japan have already had long kind of tradition and programs and policies related to this cable threats. And so how, and now suddenly we are in the situation where all these kind of scenarios are becoming reality. Okay, I'm from Finland, and we had the first cases where the boats accidentally broke these cables. So how do you see that? And now, luckily, I guess there's a more emphasis on that. So how that dynamics then relates to the whole development in the region and Japan and Canada. How does Canada see its role?
Well, thank you so much, Tommy, and always happy to talk about Japan. So I will talk about that, answer your question, but before doing so, thank you for hosting me, and also to your very professional colleagues for hosting this event. I know how much work goes into hosting an event, and it's really excellently well done. And thank you most of all for letting me escape the unending Canadian winter, which it's March, it's spring for most folks, but March is not spring in Canada, so thank you for that. And before sort of going into a few comments too, I think it's striking just that we have Canada on the stage talking about global geopolitics in 2026. I think I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's a sign of the times where we're at. I promise I will not regurgitate the Davos speech of our Prime Minister, but the more I travel, I hear Davos so much and about that speech. Before I get into the undersea cable security question that you mentioned, I think a few things to mention up front, and I think it goes along with the theme of global synergy, and actually the first two panels, which I think were excellent. The first one, and I think it's a bit of an obvious one, but maybe needs to be restated, is the false bifurcation that we have on economy and trade and national security, I think we need to get over that bifurcation. The idea that, and the reason I mention that is we still see a number of governments, including actually our own government, hoping that they can sort of go back in time to the 1990s or the early 2000s and have their trade agreements on one side and have their national security arrangements on the other. The reality is that's no longer practical. Not everything deserves to be securitized, but we're increasingly seeing that our adversaries do not view the domain in the same way that we do, that they use economic tools, and sometimes they're allies too, names not to be spoken. But that's the first point, is that the economic lens and the national security lens increasingly overlap. The second one, and I think this relates to maybe Japan and the Indo-Pacific, is Europe's future, I think, is increasingly interlinked with the Indo-Pacific. And I think Shafia noted some of those interlinkages as well, is that we only have to think viscerally of North Korean soldiers dying in the fields in Russia and Ukraine as one data point. But there's many different reasons why these two theaters are interconnected. And then to sort of bring this back in a positive sense, before getting to your question, is that there's a risk of fragmentation. We talked about international institutions which are fragmenting, but the positive side, because I don't want to leave feeling like I'm the Lord of Death here, is that new alignments are possible. And I think this goes to your question about where the Canada-Japan relationship's going. We see a lot of potentials with Japan and undersea cable securities, in particular in the Arctic. We're starting to wake up more, realizing that the Arctic is not just an area that's unexplored, that we don't put as much money into our infrastructure. We realize that we need a lot of help to fund some of the infrastructure in the Arctic, and the Japanese, as one of the largest undersea cable layers, are one of the providers that can work on that. So there are definitely areas that we see new partnerships, new alignment. Our Prime Minister frames it as variable geometry. That really will be the area that we need to work on to pursue the interests that we need to have. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Jonathan. Issue new partnership will definitely come back. I know Danjan, in our various discussions. So let's one point which you could make, an argument which at least we are making in Martin Center and mentioned here, is war in Ukraine. And Ukraine is increasingly, and Ukrainian experience is increasingly important for Europe as total. But how do you see that debate from the European perspective? Because in our title we are provocative, Europe as a global partner. But can Europe be a global partner, and in which way? How can you see, and especially still, if you look how we are hoping to reconstruct the European defense, it's very much national driven. You and me yesterday discussed there in a long discussion about the challenges what it makes. So what is your take?
Well, thank you. I will start by maybe warning a bit around this word of partnership. It has to mean something.
Yeah.
And the problem is too often, and I've been witnessing that for the 15 years in the parliament, in the institution here, we have partnership with everyone. So we have strategic partnership, we have advanced and forward partnership, we have comprehensive partnerships. And when you look at what does it consist of, most of the time it's once a year you have a bunch of civil servants from Brussels traveling to one partner country, having 2 days of strategic dialogue, and this is it. This is not partnership. It's a good start, I would say, a good intention, but it's not the way it should materialize, because when you confront real challenges like we have now in Middle East, in Ukraine, in Asia, what you need and what makes your partnership real and credible is capabilities. And this is also a lesson learned from Ukraine for the Europeans, the lack of capabilities, the difference, the gap between ambition and capabilities. To be a reliable global partner, you have to be a provider of capabilities, and not just by word and by intention and by values. Values, it's important to be value-based, but it's not enough. And so the big lessons from the Ukraine war has been the lack of capabilities of Europeans, starting from very basic things, stockpiles of ammunition, stockpiles of heavy equipments, And the stockpiles is something we see also missing in the Middle East right now, and which will probably play a big role in the length of this conflict in terms of ammunition, anti-air munition for those being attacked by Iran, the Gulf countries, and offensive ammunition for Israelis and Americans. So we learned that. So we have to recreate that, and we have to make our homework. Second things is that we see that we need more specific capabilities. You were talking about undersea cables. We are talking now in Hormuz Strait of mines, clearing mines. That's very complicated. It requires very sophisticated capabilities. Even the Americans right now don't have the capabilities to, the vessels they had, the Avengers, they called them back a few months ago. And now we discover that we need them again. So once again, we have to be tailor-made in our partnership also in terms of capabilities. And what I see for when we talk about Indo-Pacific, for example, everybody's talking about Indo-Pacific, and for good reasons. But when you look at Europe, and just in terms of security, I'm not talking about trade, because in terms of trade, everybody's involved, of course, in Indo-Pacific. It's totally comprehensive. In terms of security, and especially military presence, only 2 European countries are able to deploy permanently in Indo-Pac, France and UK. The other, Dutch, German, Dane, they can do that, but not permanently, not on permanent basis. So it makes our reliability and credibility as global partner a bit relative, you know. It doesn't mean that we cannot do anything, but just to put things in perspective. So sometimes I fear that this very ambitious language we speak in Brussels is a bit disconnected from our real capabilities. And what we have to do still our homework. We are not there yet. We have improved. I think some lessons have been learned from Ukraine, and there are many plans and financing and so on going on, and it's good. The tendency is good, but we are still far from being at the landing point, I would say, to be a reliable global partner.
Yeah, and okay, even with the dangers going a little bit of the domestic European discussion, but because you, as you mentioned it, so we now have this great intent to push, because I think it has a global implication. So we have this great intent to push defense industry, but as mentioned, it's by you, it's many times already. There's a traditions, decade-long planning, etc., etc. Now the game is changing totally, with huge implications. And that's the first problem and challenge. The second issue is that we were comparing, for example, now in Ukraine, mainly because they have running industry, innovation base. They are able to produce volume with the better quantity, better higher volumes, and with the lower price. And so how do you see Europe and maybe also globally, because I know that you are following also this global trends on that. How do you see that adaptation is happening?
One point is that also we should not be careful with what I would say. Don't misinterpret what I will say. I don't say that we shouldn't be too much focused on Ukraine. We should be very focused on Ukraine, of course. But strategically, Ukraine should not be the only horizon line when we think about what our defense industry should be. Because the strategic surprise in strategic planning has always to be taken into account. Think the unthinkable. Ukraine at some point was unthinkable a few years ago. Middle East, the way it goes now, was unthinkable. Greenland was unthinkable at some point. So, you have always strategic surprises which requires from you adaptation. So if we stick to Ukraine, the big lessons was indeed exactly what you said. We were not ready in terms of stockpile first, but then adaptation with new technologies, evolving technologies, and we were not ready for that. We were too heavy, too slow in Europe, too long planning, and so on, too big procedures, or too big procurement procedures, and so on. So Ukraine has given us big lessons on that, and we are learning. Not fast enough, probably, but we are learning still. But there are other issues coming, and exactly what I mentioned now with mine clearing in Strait of Hormuz, this mine clearing issue for maritime security will become crucial, and not only in the Middle East. It could happen in Asia tomorrow. It could happen in the north after tomorrow. So, and this requires new capabilities, which are not exactly the same kind of capabilities we have been developing because of the Ukraine war, the cheap drones, I would say, and things like this. So we have to adapt permanently. One of the dangers is to shift from one paradigm to another without enough flexibility, and to get stick to one problematic without taking into account the possible strategic surprises, I would say. So it requires from us, I would say, a full spectrum awareness and capacity to anticipate and to adapt.
Jonathan, please.
Just a really quick comment on Arnaud's very eloquent response, which I agree. One of the worries I have, and I think this might be true for many European member states too, for Canada, is that there's the external threats, the external surprises that we have to worry about, but actually is really seeing this as a national resilience and thinking about the sovereignty of defense going forward. Having that culture of thinking being sustainable, I think, is a challenge, because if you were to ask most Canadians, why are we now spending more on defense? Why are we putting so much into defense investment, defense technology ecosystems? It's basically because of the pressure from the United States. So what happens in a potential future? We don't know what's going to happen politically in the United States in 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, but I do worry about a backsliding on the culture of defense resilience in a lot of our countries if there's a change in the United States that all of a sudden gives us this complacency feel again. Because frankly, after the reinvasion, there was still complacency. That still was not enough to wake up many countries in Europe and also in Canada. So I think we really need to keep a focus on using this moment, which is a hard moment, to actually start building that resilience discussion domestically in all of our populations.
Great. Thank you. Now, by the way, for the audience, as I said, I'm asking your help, so think of your questions. I already see many people who know. Okay, great. But before that, we go to Mehdi Rice. Can you hear us? Just to check in the audio.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Having this crisis of blockade in the Hormuz Strait now, so it has massive implications. But one of them is that the boats are now going to go around Africa. So suddenly, Mediterranean Sea is where there's a lot of traffic. It's going to have a extensive amount of that. That said, there is, speaking of the geopolitics and the security in kind of traditional terms, there is a lot of movement and a lot of developments in North Africa and also in the neighborhood of Morocco. So what's your take on this change? What are the implications? And especially if you look to the European continent, how do you see that role playing?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I wanted really to be among you today in person, but there was a lot of circumstances that impeded me to be here with you. But I booked my place for next year. So answering your questions, I think the instability across key checkpoints, as you said, in the Red Sea, Strait of Hormuz, Canal of Suez, etc., illustrates a fundamental reality that global flows are structurally vulnerable because they are geographically concentrated. That's the big problem. Stabilizing these flows requires a combination of three elements that Morocco takes in consideration. First of all, creating a credible and visible maritime presence. And that's exactly what Morocco tried to do with these ports, maritime ports. For example, we have Tanger Med, we have also Dakhla under construction, and the new port near to European borders is in Nador. And this port is very important because it's a strategic logistic infrastructure that Morocco wants to develop to avoid such situation and creating more strategic concentration of energy and oils, etc., etc. So first of all, it's the developing and creating maritime infrastructure and presence around the region. The second point that is very important, and I agree with all what my colleagues have said, develop an approach of cooperation that's flexible and that should adapt with all the circumstances and the strategic surprises and situations. That's why in the last meeting, for example, with Morocco and some European officials, they talk about share some early warning systems on the cooperation, especially in terms of strategic security, energy, etc. That systems should develop a perspective and also try to avoid surprises and problems that the cooperation between Morocco and European Union in general and some countries in bilateral way, for example, for Spain, France, Portugal, etc., develop a vision to face the challenges that could happen anytime in this complex world. The third part of the strategy of Morocco to avoid and develop and overcome the consequences of this turmoil in Middle East and some region in the world is coordinated rules of engagement. That's a third axe of the strategy of Morocco. That this coordination will create this alignment of all the partners in the same vision and the same strategy. For example, the actors can, for example, respond quickly, all of them, to any challenge, security or energy turmoils, etc. The second point, which is very important also, is avoid miscalculation. I think we all miscalculate these ambitions of the US president to go and to fight against Iran and creating all this turmoil. That's why we want to create in Morocco, with all the partners around the world, especially with Europe, this system, creating all these and aligning all the vision in the same way. And of course, the third point, and it's I think it's very important for all of us, is maintaining the strategic coherence. So the question is not just to collaborate, but the most important thing is to adapt our cooperation policy to the future of the world. Because now we are sure that what happened in Iran and before Iran, but especially in Iran, we create another vision, another order, another world. So that's why we need to have these two steps to creating this strategic collaboration, strategic cooperation with all the partners, especially with Europe. So in Morocco or Moroccan cooperation, this perspective vision, it's now one of the key to the efficiency and also to developing both security in the Euro-Mediterranean region.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go for questions. We have Roland. We had there. Let's take two and microphone.
I can scream, but
it's coming. It's coming. You know.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tommy. I'm Roland Freudenstein. I'm the founder of the Brussels Freedom Hub and formerly with the Martin Center. Great to be back here. I've got a question to whomever it may concern, but mainly to the representative of the so-called Global South, and I'm using that term with all the caveats necessary, in relation to the war in Ukraine. So, if I have correctly understood the many representatives of countries of the Global South in the last couple of months, that I've talked to, I can summarize this, brutally simplifying, but summarize the position in 2 points. A, don't expect us to take sides. And B, we want this war to end as soon as possible. Understood. So, but if I look at the last 12 months in these so-called peace negotiations, we've seen that while Ukraine is ready to make very painful compromises, Russia doesn't want peace. Mr. Putin does not want to take one step. So where does that leave the position of the Global South? If I may ask you, and this is not to you personally, but especially Shafia Muhibat and Mehdi Rais, if you could explain maybe how your governments square this, what I've just said. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Roland. Let's take the second. Justin.
Thank you very much. My name is George Robakidze. I'm the former Georgian diplomat, and now I'm the chairman of the EU Awareness Center, a Brussels-based think tank. So my question would gonna go to probably Mr. Arnault, stating that take into consideration the fact that Europe is now trying to step back from the Russian fossil oil, and then the situation in Hormuz and the war in Iran. I think the Black Sea and especially the Caucasus is getting the more importance what concerns the energy security and diversification for the Europe. But in that case, we observe a very difficult situation. From one hand, we see Armenia and Azerbaijan getting in touch with together and cooperating, and from another hand, we see the Georgia turning back from Europe and facing the Russia again. So my question would be, take into account that we cannot separate anymore the security, energy security and economic security from the particular security and the securities of the nation. How do you think, what can Europe can do more to force, not only be show the carrot to and the carrot Georgian government has already received in the face of the EU enlargement, involving them into the EU enlargement process, but are there any sticks to use and to make the European statements more credible to that the governments who will see that they might face the concrete consequences, be more cooperative in a sense of especially when the population is for the European integration. Thank you very much. Sorry for the long question, but I think idea is clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, this very much focused on the Europe topics, but it has its obviously here in Brussels and related to war in Ukraine, that is a discussion, and how the global south or other countries outside the Europe are reacting. So let's start with Safia, if you don't mind, go the whole issue of war in Ukraine, how it's perceived, and all the argumentation.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. First of all, of course, I'm not able to speak on behalf of the whole of the Global South. I don't think that's ever possible. But I can comment on how we view it from the region where I'm from. And to put it very bluntly, whatever the specifics is in the recent process of peace negotiations, it has not had any impacts on the way we view the war in Ukraine. You mentioned about us not taking sides, us wishing for the war to end as soon as possible. That remains the same. And then put it in a more sort of like current context on where we stand now with the whole, geopolitical dynamics, countries' policies changing very rapidly 1 minute to the other, led by the, U.S. shifts in foreign policy. Looking at it from our perspective, we learn it, we learn it from very harshly from experience that it's not the time for us to have any specific positions on anything, because it can really backfire on us if things change rapidly in the next minute. We don't have anything to fall back to should something goes the other way from the position that we take. And having said that, I think it's in the highest interest of countries like Indonesia to be very vague on certain issues. For example, in Iran, Indonesia's position is that we made a statement condemning the attack on Iran, but at the same time, our president decides to join the Board of Peace. So that is, being very vague on certain issues, and I think that's the position that a lot of developing countries will take, because we're not sure what the consequences would be if we have very hard, specific positions on very specific issues.
Thank you. Mehdi Rais, you want to comment on how from Morocco war in Ukraine is seen? It's a central issue for Europeans. Europeans want.
Yeah.
Then how would you?
Yeah, of course.
How would you frame?
Yeah, I will be direct, to be honest. Talking about this Global Peace Council, which Morocco is member, I don't know exactly what it's this kind of organization, and we need to have some time to see exactly what will going on with it. And talking about the question of Ukraine and Russia war in Europe and the perspective of Morocco, I can tell you that in international relations, Morocco tried to put himself as a mediator in a lot of crises in Africa, in Middle East, in Gaza, etc. So he can't, of course, take part in a side against another. That's the always has been the principle of foreign policy in Morocco. But in the second point, and that's most important, we have also a big geopolitical and geostrategic problem, the Moroccan Sahara. And we know that Russia is member of the Security Council. So we couldn't reach what we have done so far in this file, and is our national priority, with the potential Russian veto. And you know exactly that international relations is about interest and all of this stuff. So that's why Morocco take a little bit this question efficiently, and don't give it this really a priority of his vision, but also taking very carefully, because he wants first of all to keep his image as a mediator, as a country of peace, not taking part to another, and also to preserve his national interest. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, you had the question a bit.
Yeah, interesting question indeed. I will just touch upon energy, because you mentioned energy. The way forward for the Europeans, clearly with all the crises surrounding us now and putting some stress on our supply chains, is to diversify as much as we can, of course. And on this, I hope just that we will not make the gift to Russia, to turn back to Russia for energy supply. I see there are some temptation within some European countries from the US administration, and I think that would be, of course, devastating in terms of geopolitics and moral. Anyway, Caucasus, on Georgia, I wouldn't be too specific because I'm not specialized enough. What I can tell you is that I've been in Georgia, I remember very well, in 2012, when Georgian Dream won the legislative elections. At that time, I was surprised to see in Tbilisi a lot of, almost all the Western, US, European think tanks, NGOs were supporting Georgian Dreams, because of the supposed alleged corruption of Saakashvili, because of the style of Saakashvili. Well, we saw how it ended. From this very moment, I was struck, because I remember people were quite optimistic. No, they will continue, they have good intentions, blah, blah, blah. It was obvious from the beginning that this new regime would not follow the path we would like them to follow. It was not pro-European. And it was obvious. One could see that. But there was a kind of magic that, and then, since then, we have been misled totally. And now we end up with this situation. Can we reverse that? Can we play a more active role? I'm not sure. I think it's quite difficult. It leads me to other consideration, like it was a failure from the whole Eastern neighborhood policy we put in place in Europe. But Ukraine, back in 2014, was already a failure. Why? What was the failure about? It was the failure of not considering this policy as a geopolitical one. It was the failure of considering this policy as only a technical one. And by improving technical relation with all these countries, they would naturally come to us. And they would naturally embrace our values, our systems, rule of law, blah, 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 and not paying any attention to the big neighbors, the Russians, who were thinking only geopolitical, and not paying attention to domestic and internal problems of these countries. We were too technical. This was run on a purely technical way, and we could witness that in the parliament and elsewhere. So we have to think geopolitical. And because of the Ukraine war, everybody woke up, and now we are more, I would say, geopolitical in our approach. So it leads us to support Moldova, it leads us to support Armenia in a way of extracting them from the Russian influence. And that's good. I hope we can sustain this, and I hope we can do the appropriate policy towards these countries. It's not a done deal. It's not a done deal in Armenia. We were talking about interference, ingerence, hybrid warfare, and I can tell you that Russia is putting a lot of effort. We are all focused to Middle East, rightly so now, but what is going on in Armenia ahead of the legislative election is very important. And Russia is putting a lot of pressure, like they have done in Moldova before, and like they have done successfully, unfortunately, in Georgia. In Georgia, there were also many mistakes, including from my country. France, I think, was misled by some personalities with French connection in the Georgian establishment, unfortunately, and didn't pay attention to the broader picture and relied only on few people that were quite controversial. So it has to be the whole policy toward Georgia has to be redefined. We were not strict enough when we should have been. I mean, the opponents were imprisoned. I remember back in 2013, last visit of 15, when I paid a visit to Georgia, I wanted to visit the former prime minister, not Saakashvili, the other one, who was in prison. And we were refused access to the guy. I mean, it was a matter just of cutting relations and saying it was absolutely impossible to continue to deal with such a regime. We didn't do anything because we were just continue to hope that no, we will manage to. And some good words and nice words of the people when they come to Brussels. No, we will follow the NATO and European path, and that was enough to continue as if nothing has happened. But the problem is there for a long time, I think, unfortunately. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Arno. We have one question there. More questions can be there. There is one also. Okay, so one after one.
Thank you, Tommy. I have a question to Shafia. Just now you mentioned for the South China Sea, the urgent matter has been shifted from territorial disputes to the ensuring of global flows. So under this new focus, what kind of role China could play in this regard, which might be different from what it used to be? So, and my question also goes to Arnold. You mentioned capabilities. So if for European Union as a whole to play a bigger role in Indo-Pacific, what specific capabilities do you need to achieve that goal, if there is a plan? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I take this because it is the end. Yeah, it's good questions. You know, the China and capabilities. So
okay, sure. Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So let me clarify that. Let me clarify what I said earlier. It's not that I meant that it's no longer a territorial dispute. Of course, South China Sea is a territorial dispute, and for a lot of Southeast Asian countries, the claimant states, it's still by far the most important territorial disputes that they face. Having said that, what I mean is that with looking at the so many hotspots around the world, and with South China Sea being one of them, and now everybody's talking about the Straits of Hormuz, of course, and then we talk about, we've been talking about Ukraine and how it impacts the global flow of goods, as I put it, a global circuit of a lot of things. That puts a new perspective on looking at these conflicts. And for countries like Indonesia, who is in some of these conflicts seem to be, further away. Like for example, in terms of distance to the Middle East, Indonesia is further away. But we feel the direct impacts of this conflict. I think it's time for us to also take a look at these hotspots in a very more general perspective. And I think that is the way that what is the utmost importance for countries like Indonesia is to ensure that this flow of goods, the safety of ships passing, the safety of subsea cables remain intact in spite of the ongoing territorial disputes like the South China Sea.
If I could just add on to Shafia's very good points there on the South China Sea. As an outside party, so Canada is an outside party to this, I would agree it's not just a territorial issue, and I think there's two ways to think about this. First of all, one thing that doesn't get enough attention, those who focus on the South China Sea, it does get attention, but is the illegal fishing that happens both in the South China Sea and beyond. And not only is that a challenge for all the littoral states that depend on the sea life, and the ecosystems around there, but also the practices that are taking part in the South China Sea are now being replicated outside of the South China Sea. So this is happening in the Americas, South America, North America. This is happening potentially in the Arctic in the future. So I think the illegal fishing side is one thing that we need to keep an eye on. The second thing is, as much as we like to think something like the South China Sea will be in isolation, geography doesn't respect that isolation. So, of course, it's very well connected to the Taiwan Straits and also to the East China Sea, as the strategists call the first island chain. What happens in the South China Sea will not stay in the South China Sea. So I think it's important to realize that those interconnections are real, and it's not purely just a territorial issue that the claimants are focused on, but it's bigger than that.
Sorry, I missed the question about what China should do. I think, China, working alongside the other claimant states, we need to really realize the current situation and really working on to make sure that, despite not being able to resolve the conflicts, at least we can somehow manage to ensure that this, it doesn't disrupt the interests of the, of the global, the other countries that are using these sea lanes of communication.
Well, in terms of capabilities, European capabilities for Indo-Pac, I think obviously maritime capabilities are the first which come to mind, but it will not be easy, but we can do more and better. It has to go also with industrial cooperation and partnership with the countries of the region. India, Japan, South Korea, I think these are countries with great defense industries, and I'm happy to see that there are more and more openness and partnership on both sides. And I think it's valuable, and we should continue that. Another domain in which we could cooperate more, it's space, because space assets are crucial for awareness, intelligence. When we talk about maritime security, it's about space also, because we're talking about such a huge arena. I mean, Indo-Pac, it's huge. So it's not only by maritime assets that you will control this and make sure that the maritime freedom of navigation is ensured. So space is definitely a domain in which we could cooperate even more. I mean, it has already started, but Europe has a good experience in that. There are new countries coming, especially in Asia, to the space domain, and I think it's quite promising. And on this issue, we could do a lot more together. Yeah.
All right. Question?
Thanks. Yes, my name's Sandra. I'm a communications advisor. I just wanted to ask, is this a time for sort of radical new steps and new mechanisms to maintain support for the rules-based order without the US commitment? And I noticed what Shafia said about the board of peace, and some countries are being a bit ambiguous, which kind of makes sense. But I mean, do we need like a subset of NATO? Do we need new configurations like Mark Carney's trying to set up? Is it a time for radical ideas, or should we still be sort of, I don't want us to be paralyzed, but there is a fear of losing respect for basic international rules. We might end up with more chaos.
Okay. Let's take there the question. Try to be short because then we will go to the closing round, and actually this rule, that was actually my plan to go also to go to the rule-based, because that has in certain sense, well not certain sense, at least in Europe we have underlined that as a kind of core element of building the global security. But sorry, your floor.
Okay. Holding the stress globe in my hand, welcoming the panelists and greeting the president. I would not have deepened the reference to Armenia had the panelists not not been brought up by the panelists. With so much happening in the world on the front line of our concern, it's easy to think in terms of broad brushes and easy fixes. I'm Rafi Hovhannisyan of the Opposition Heritage Party, which is an observer member of the EPP, very far from being under the influence of the Kremlin. But the question is, as we countenance a continuation of Russian hybrid warfare, is there a danger that the EU itself will be entering the dangerous waters of being an executor of its own warfare? The intention is wonderful, but as you go in to try to decrease the Russian influence, are we not doing that in favor of an incumbency that has questionable European qualifications, and to the prejudice of those who have been fighting for decades and decades for a true European return of values and civilization and standards? So maybe the terminology would be different. The EU would not say we're doing hybrid warfare, but we should be very, very careful that this would not turn into an intervention into the domestic affairs of Armenia or any other country, and now allow us who want to be members of the EU, who have the qualifications, not to be caught up into this broad brush evaluation that Armenia wants a disassociation from Russia. It's the incumbent that's going to bring that. That is not the case. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for the question and comment. We have still some minutes left for closing round, so I would just give the floor to all speakers for 2 minutes. We start from distance, Mehdi Rice, commenting on what sort of kind of final comments. If nothing else comes to mind, maybe it is rule-based, because that's always the, we come back where we started. How to create those new alliances, and what the role, what should we give the same emphasis for, the principles of, global cooperation and rule-based order, or not? So, Mehdi, maybe you start in 1-2 minutes. I know it's a take.
About rules, I had also this big problem or paradigm in my research, or also in my studies, etc., about the role of international law, for example, and also the regional international regional law or regional order, all of this stuff. And I have this conviction today that all the rules of law, international law, European community, etc., are always instrumentalized to reach some interests and some targets. That's exactly what happened in this international order that we are living under its leadership. So it's very hard to say that we are respecting law in cooperation or international cooperation, or we are using the rules of law or the rules in general to cooperate and to create a more peaceful order, and to impose a little bit, oblige the state actors and all the stakeholders in the international world order to avoid any crisis or confrontation or wars. What's happened today? It's
Can you just to keep it?
example.
We are running out of time, so keep it short, please. Keep it short.
So one question about NATO. I remember the question of NATO and international law. If NATO collapsed, that means that the traditional structure of the international world order that have been created after the Second World War will collapse. So this order will collapse. We are living in a new transition for a new world order. The question is: this world order is based on alliance or international law? That's the big question.
Okay, thank you. Then we go to, Jonathan. Also, you spoke about alliances and actually the choice of Canada. Because as you pointed out, it's a security and economy is connected, and then you have we see Canada has made the approach to China, and so how that relates to what we just discussed, Jonathan.
Sure, I'll be very quick.
2 minutes.
Very quick.
I know.
So 3 very quick points. First of all, to that great question as well, is I don't think it's about replacing institutions. And if you start saying, let's create new institutions, new secretariats, there's no buy-in for that. It's about networking and layering. So in the Indo-Pacific, for example, they've been doing this for years, trilaterals, quadrilaterals, different relationships that complement pre-existing forums. That's the first point. The second one is we can't just have the nodding head group. So I think the temptation, and I think Canada's been guilty of this in the past and maybe some in Europe, is that we just get a group of 25 countries that think similar to us and create all sorts of partnerships there. We actually need to do more engagement with partners who are not adversaries, but actually partners that might think a little bit differently than us. So maybe that's Indonesia, maybe that's partners in India, maybe that's partners in the Gulf. And the third part, and I think this goes to Arnaud's opening comment about partnerships, which I fully agree, is that they have to be specific in nature. I think we get to this fatigue of partnerships. We say, let's create a trilateral on this. And you're like, it can't just be a trilateral just to create trilaterals. It has to be precise. What value added can those partnerships have? So maybe it's on artificial intelligence, maybe it's on maritime security, maybe it's on illegal fishing. I think there's areas that we can focus in on, but we need more specificity on those partnerships.
Thank you, Jonathan. Shafia?
Sure. Just absolutely agree on the issue of the international law. Absolutely agree with what has been said, and I do think that it's somewhat dangerous to say that whenever there's a huge crisis or a conflict and that international law doesn't seem to work, we tend to forget about international law is about a lot of things, and there are certain issues that we really depend on the existence of international law, issues like migration, climate change, human trafficking, disaster management. Those are the issues that are still very much regulated by international law, and we still very much depend on the existence, on carrying out of international law to ensure that the management of these various issues.
Thank you. I don't know, for you,
I fully agree with what has just been said by Jonathan and Shafia on international rule-based order. I think it will be more and more challenged without being replaced. And so it leaves rooms for arrangements, I would say, which is not fully satisfactory from an intellectual point of view and even from a legal point of view. But that's the way it will work. My fear is that the transactional philosophy that is behind the main actor right now, who is pushing against the international order, might have such an influence that even like-minded partners sometimes will go for transactional arrangements instead of like-minded arrangements because of the weight of the one who is pushing. So that's a real concern. But having said that, I think there is still room. A lot of countries, and we have witnessed that over the debates today, a lot of countries don't want to be squeezed between hegemons. They want to have their sovereignty, they want to have their way of thinking and collaborating with others. So there is room for cooperation still, and I think we have to be optimistic in that sense. But it will never be the same again as before. we will not come back to business as usual anyway. But the way ahead is not either, I think, a total destruction of what has been existing. I don't think so.
Thank you, Arno. I think time is up. A couple of seconds left. I think we are done. I think it's a beginning of new geopolitics of security. Discussion very clearly shows that the definition of that is only starting. As Arno mentioned, we are in a kind of transitory period, hopefully, and hopefully at certain moment there's a certain kind of stability, whether it's in 5 or 10 years, and we see where we stand. But in that scenario, Europe now finds itself responsible or find itself in a situation where there is increasing interest and need to act outside of its sphere, and it's increasingly challenging, and it relates to capabilities, cooperation, and building new alliances. With that, I thank you. I thank the panelists, the active questions. I roll back to Theo. There we go.
Thank you, Tomi, and thank you to our panelists for this interesting discussion and your valuable perspectives. Please join me in applauding our panelists.
Thank you.
We would now like to invite you to join us for a networking lunch right outside. We shall resume with our panel on AI, competition, and the future of global innovation at 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch and see you again shortly. meets West: AI, competition, and the future of global innovation. AI is now at the heart of geopolitical competition. The US leads on innovation speed, China on state-driven scale, while Europe aims to lead on rules, ethics, and trust. This panel will examine how Europe can partner with like-minded innovators across the globe while managing strategic competition, closing the innovation gap, and ensuring that the digital divide does not further marginalize the global south. It is my pleasure to hand over to our moderator, Dimitar Lilkov, Senior Research Officer at the Martin Center.
Hello, friends. Good afternoon. My name is Dimitar Lilkov, and I'll have the pleasure to moderate this session. For the next 1 hour, technology and innovation will be the name of the game. AI is already disrupting labor markets globally, but we shouldn't forget the importance of technology and innovation, of course, when it comes to geopolitics. And today with our panel, we want to learn from our speakers when it comes to their countries and their experience in dealing with innovation, competitiveness, and security in the time of intensifying great power competition. Also, we all know the narratives and the memes, the cliches about Europe falling behind. What was the cliche? The US innovates, China imitates, the EU regulates. But the reality is way more nuanced and complex than that. So with our panelists today, we really want to discuss their experience in dealing with these processes and what Europe can learn from these innovators. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our panelists today. On my right is Christy Xu, Director for ASEAN Studies at the ASEAN Studies Center at Tsinghua Institution of Economic Research in Taipei. Thank you for joining us. In the middle is Baratang Mia. She is a consultant on digital public infrastructure at the United Nations and also CEO of Girl Hype, a very interesting non-profit I discovered for empowering girls and women with digital skills. Thank you so much for joining us. And last but not least, Karim Kasim, who's an analyst at the Institute of Strategic International Studies in Malaysia. Thank you for joining us as well. It'll be a classical panel setup, and I'll make sure to have some time in the final 10 minutes for Q&A with the audience. Without further ado, Christy, you come from Taiwan. Yes. We know the role and place of Taiwan when we talk about technology, semiconductors. Is Taiwan still the hotbed of technology and semiconductors?
Yes. I want, first of all, thank the organizer for having me here to these very timely and important conferences. In addition to semiconductor and also AI right now is the centric of our economic growth. So I'll focus on 3 key AI developments in Taipei so I can share with you how Taiwan and EU and other like-minded countries can deepen cooperations in this regard. The first is Taipei passed the comprehensive AI law. We call it AI Basic Act December last year, and it entered into force only last month. And this act provides a centralized framework for governing AI development, AI ethics, AI safety, and also AI accountability. And very important, this act is taking inspiration from the EU's regulatory AI framework, incorporating into concepts such as a risk-based assessment, classification, transparency requirement, and also accountability mechanism. So in this regard, I believe that Taiwan and EU can further conduct policy dialogue to discuss and share insights and experiences, and also to discuss possible collaboration in industry and also in providing digital infrastructure. The second thing is about Taiwan also last year and launched a 5-year program. We call it 10 AI Initiative Action Plan from 2025 to 2028, and also announced a number of AI infrastructure projects. And the goal is to develop sovereign AI in Taiwan and also to improve supercomputing capacity and also, for example, to develop traditional Chinese language AI model that we can use without using, China simplified Chinese, and also to develop AI data center as others. So Taiwan actually has products, has manufacturing capacity, and also technology. However, if we want to develop, according to the government's policy, to develop a sovereign AI and also full stack of AI ecosystem in Taiwan, we have not yet, and Taiwanese company have not yet developed platforms or framework. So in this regard, the government encourage industries to have integration with US or EU-led ecosystem, and in other words, to participate more, collaborate more in the non-China AI ecosystem. The third thing in last year is this reshuffle. So one is the trade reshuffle. Last year, US became the largest export market for Taiwan, and driven by AI booms, AI chips, AI servers, AI everything. Because Taiwan is exporting all this to US company, including a large US company. And also another is this supply chain reshuffle. And the model is used to be Taiwanese company invest China, producing assembly product shipped to a US market. But right now, this model has changed to Taiwanese company investing in Southeast Asia, mainly India, and also in the US to produce products shipped for US and also Western company. So this reshuffle is bringing Taiwan closer to like-minded country and also further away from part of the China-centric supply chain. So these are the things that happened last year, and I want to focus very much on a notable point is Taiwanese company, large one, and AI semiconductor are now heavily investing and winning a large contracts in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, and to design and build AI data center for them and to provide industrial cloud solution. So this kind of collaboration especially happen in countries which want to avoid Chinese technology under their digital Silk project of the Belt and Road Initiative. So in this regard, I believe Taiwan, EU, US, and other like-minded countries can deepen cooperation in this development, especially in certain areas that also include Global South. I'll just stop here.
Okay, thank you, Christian. It's great to hear that the European AI Act served as somewhat of an inspiration for your own approach to a risk-based management of these systems, but also for me it's very interesting to hear that you're also exploring the question of sovereign AI and how to make sure that that it's not a fully Chinese ecosystem. Again, something we need to learn a bit more in Europe, because the pursuit of the Eurostack or becoming more sovereign on this is really, really pertinent. My follow-up to you is, given all of these developments recently, tariffs, supply chain disruptions, regional conflicts, wars, how does this impact Taiwan's role in the supply chains and the future development on manufacturing semiconductors, for example?
Yeah, I think before what's happening in Middle East, Taiwan has been facing a lot of challenges since escalating geopolitical risks and also tension not only in Asia but also between US and China. So in Taiwan, as a key player in semiconductors, especially advanced semiconductor test and packaging, right now is in the core of the world's attention. So Taiwanese company, together with Taiwan policymaker, have in the past years trying to de-risk and also trying to diversify. This is not only to reduce dependence on Chinese market or on Chinese supply chain, but also for the fact that Taiwan itself, as a small island, is water resource, pure water, electricity. We have electricity issue, and also semiconductor is very vulnerable to natural disaster like earthquake, right? So whenever there's earthquake, and the U.S. clients will be very much concerned if TSMC's fabs in Taiwan are affected because of this. So for all these reasons, Taiwan, including manufacturing industry and also semiconductor, have been diversifying to other parts of the world. So this war in Middle East right now definitely have impacts on Taiwan, especially on energy, and also that semiconductor is using a lot of raw material and also chemical. So this kind of disruption can also happen. So I think Taiwanese companies and also their customer have been learning from the past experience that they have to build up their inventory. So it may last for a while, but if this is going to continue for some time, I think the whole supply chain, not only for Taiwan, but for all sectors in Asia will be affected.
Thank you. Moving to you, Baratang, and you come from Africa, and it will be very interesting to hear your voice in this discussion, because here in Brussels, whenever we talk about technology innovation, usually we discuss the US, Europe, China, Asia, but it would be good to also include voices coming from Africa. And are we missing something on this conversation from your viewpoint?
Thank you very much for having me here and for being invited by Martin Center. I guess, when you have a history of being treated either as a consumer or a market, depending on who's going to come to your continent, it creates a perpetual history of colonization. When people think about AI now, it's still that mentality that how are we going to help Africa? What does Africa need? They're not taking into consideration that Africa is busy doing things. So I'm going to share what I know from on the ground. I won't go into the bigger thing. I think Africa is busy shaping AI to suit Africa. 3 weeks ago, we had a delegation of tech women coming to South Africa. So these are like women from across the world who are in tech. And we had to, part of my organization had to take them across all universities in South Africa and meet government officials. And one of the things that I noticed was where every academic institution we went to, the researchers were they all started with a sentence: Africa is busy shaping AI. And if you ask them what do you mean by Africa busy shaping AI, it's that the governance, African continent, the leaders are now beginning to come together, and they are pushing for an alignment amongst all different countries so that the negotiations don't happen where you go to one country and negotiate differently from how you would with South Africa, and then you go to Angola, you give them different promises, and we know which countries have been doing that in the past. So one of the other things that I noticed is, besides them saying Africa is shaping AI, is what they are doing. So one of the institutions that really stuck out was Durban University. They have a huge AI lab, like huge, it's like the campus is big, with these sophisticated AI models and robots. And the students, the models that were donated from China and the robots, the students are busy rebuilding them. So they've really torn 2 or 3 of them apart to teach them African languages, because the students said, we're tired of walking through the room and it's greeting us, but it's greeting us in a foreign language. They already explain why LLMs are very important, why language models are very important, and for students to shape it to suit African languages and the people around them, it means a lot, because they have 6 languages that they are already teaching these models, and they are now embedding the values and ethics into it. Like one of the robots, they said, they put it by the door and said, when people walk in, you need to give them the values of Africa first. So it will say Molo, and then it will start greeting the way we would greet. And for them, they said, that changes the data set already. And it really influences what's embedded in these data sets that comes to us, so we need to reshape them. And that goes to even bigger models. It's not just, this is a small example, but it goes to even bigger models where corporates are saying, yes, we bought the platform from you, but we're going to change it. and we're going to put the data that is very African and it suits African. And that embeds our indigenous knowledge that you wouldn't find. It was undermined before. Now all of a sudden AI has given us the opportunity to train models and embed it in it. And the other thing is asserting agency and governance, which is very important, because the ethics of Africa sometimes are not sitting in the table with leaders. Like you started saying, when we speak, it's either the US, the West. India has managed to sneak themselves in there. When you talk about digital public infrastructure, people will talk about India, but we're not part of it. So now the African Union has also released the continental strategy to create a unified approach that. However, a key concern is ensuring that these strategies are not just top-down, but they include democratic participation from local communities and civil society. So I know that in South Africa, before they passed the AI law, we were very involved as the civil society. And maybe I should talk about the infrastructure gap, because that is something that's very big in Africa. Only maybe 10% of our countries have out of 54 have proper infrastructure. The rest have like 50-50. And who invest, what conditions comes with the investment, and where that will lead Africa, it's something that African leaders are now very clear about. They're not coming to the table with a begging mentality of, yes, you are giving us, but we don't have a say. They have a say on our data sovereignty, our security, and what are you going to do with the information you're taking away from our people?
Quick follow-up on this. Thank you so much for this opening statement. One of the prevailing narratives here in Brussels is that China has an increasing role when it comes to digital infrastructure in Africa. Is this true? And are we right to assume that this would bring even more influence, soft power, and economic avenues for the Chinese People's Republic of China in Africa?
Yeah, but sometimes it's a catch-22 situation.
Okay. Tell us.
Yeah, Africa cannot afford the infrastructure that's needed now. And China is coming and giving out a hand and say, we can help you. We need to catch up. We can't always wait for somebody. Well, it would have been appreciated if Europe went first and said, hey, let us help with the infrastructure. But what I see Europe is doing, which is quite critical, they spend too much time doing research. It can take 7 years. I mean, it's literally, I used to part-time lecture at UWC, and half of our students dream to come to Belgium. And I would be like, we have problems. You can solve lots of problems in Africa. You are such a brilliant student. Why don't you just come up and join entrepreneurship or go there as an No. They just, research is like a big thing. And Europe has, it's not just, GIZ invests such a lot of money in Africa, but they will start saying, oh, we have to research it. It's going to take almost 7 years. What China has identified is, you know what? We want to be your partner. And I think for us and for me, and I think for our governments, is if you are the partner that's going to come on a playing field and you are giving us something for now to solve the biggest problem of Africa, we will go with you. The only challenge for them is the debt repayments and the conditions that China comes with. But I think for us to judge whether China is doing it or not, it's for Africa to start challenging China and say, hey, we are happy with what you're doing, but not on your terms of debt.
Thank you. That's a very important clarification. Moving to you, Karim, I don't want to dominate the discussion on China, but of course you're based in Malaysia. And in your work, you're pushing forward an interesting narrative and an interesting set of recommendations when it comes to the supply chains and when it comes to semiconductors. So please tell us a bit more about your work.
Yes. Thank you so much to the Martin Center, first of all, for inviting me here. So I'm from ISIS, Malaysia. No, not that ISIS. It's always a great conversation starter.
It's a good icebreaker.
Yeah. It's a good icebreaker, yeah. I used it a lot. But yes, so just correct you a little bit there. So right now, my current work is focusing on the critical raw materials. Yes, so recently we published a From Mine to Magnet, a policy paper that looks at Malaysia's role in the global supply chain of critical elements, notably on rare earth elements, which is becoming a much more salient talking point, especially in Europe. So a lot of the discussions about AI, they focus a lot on the computing power as well as the talent pool. But the reality is that if you look at the foundations of the technological revolution, we find that it is more so the access to the materials and the minerals that allow us, that enable these technologies in the first place. Semiconductors, yes. Data centers, yes. And Malaysia has been a very big beneficiary on semiconductors, as well as on electrical systems, electrical grids. But you know, for critical minerals, especially rare earths, it's not just another commodity that you can buy on the marketplace. These are irreplaceable inputs for some of the permanent magnets that you see on, especially on electricity generation, in robotics, in electric vehicles, and for the most part, for rare earth elements, there are light rare earths and there are heavy rare earths. What's more important is on heavy rare earth elements. And I think one of the speakers mentioned this already. And if you look at the heavy rare earth elements, and these are the types of permanent magnets that enable the energy transition, it is almost 100% China, right? And if we do not have these, AI systems cannot scale. You cannot build your data centers. You cannot build your electrical grid systems, especially when it comes now. There's more demand now for green data centers, right? So how do you make this transition? So the paradox here is that rare earth elements are not really that rare. The processing capacity is, and in this case, China controls a very large portion of global refining capacity. So especially for Europe, Europe traditionally has depended on importing a lot of these rare earth oxides from overseas markets. But now we have a situation here that China already controls many of these supply chains, and they now want to exercise de facto control. We saw during November last year, there were proposed regulations of de minimis rules that even 0.1% of products that contain rare earths, 0.1% of Chinese originated rare earths must get regulatory approval from the authorities. So this gives them an immense amount of power over global supply chains. And if something has an on or off switch, most definitely it has some element of rare earths inside. So it's not something that you can run away from, right? So for Europe, why does this matter so much? This industry is not that big. This industry is estimated 2025 to be 13 to 15 billion US dollars. That's it, right? But it underpins an industry worth $7 trillion globally, right? So that is why it's a critical sector. We have sort of already seen some of the consequences of these supply chain weaponization, quote unquote weaponization. The RAND Corporation did a study about this and said that a disruption to rare earth supply chains would result in the majority of US defense contractors as well as automobile producers to basically shutter operations within 3 months. All right? So I would say that, but over the long term, we need to find a way to secure access to these critical raw materials and be able to integrate not only with the minerals, but also on the computing power, the data centers, the talent pool, into one cohesive ecosystem. And it's here where I sort of want to propose a triple helix strategy, right? Where you have the industrial needs, industrial capacity, government policy, as well as research institutions. Some would say quadruple helix, where you include the CSOs and the environmentalist groups in as well. But this needs to be done. In line with, of course, global synergy, how can Europe help in this regard? Of course, you mentioned Europe regulates, and
It does.
yes. And for many countries, especially those in the global south and in ASEAN, I think that values-based investing, especially in terms of mining, we cannot run away from it. Everything that you see today is either hunted, farmed, or mined. There is no way around it, right? So if we are serious about sustainability, creating a circular economy, we need to go beyond the sort of typical extraction-based focus abroad and look at how do we build a sustainable ecosystem overseas, right? So that would, and how do we integrate it back into European systems?
Thanks so much, Karim, also for reminding us on the whole export controls, weaponization of these supply chains, because there was a lot of attention put on the fact that the US applied immense pressure on China when it comes to curbing exports of advanced chips or specific computational manufacturing to the Chinese People's Republic. But at the same time, Beijing also didn't shy away from weaponizing exactly these choke points and the fact that it has so much influence on these materials. My follow-up to you, though, is on processing. And indeed, much of this happens in China. It's a great point you're putting that this is actually not hundreds of billions of dollars or euros. It's actually small. But the question is, how can we actually pivot away from China, given that this process is, as far as I know, quite dirty, very specific, and we kind of surrendered it to the Chinese decades ago because we didn't want to get our hands dirty with this, no?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay.
But thanks for putting it very diplomatically. But we have to acknowledge the reality, and the reality is that these processing systems are very capital intensive.
Yeah.
Not only that, very resource intensive, energy and water intensive, right? And so in China, you already have a very entrenched ecosystem, not just on the critical minerals, but also on the chemical products that form key inputs to the entire system. So we cannot look at minerals as a separate component. We have to look at it within the ecosystem of also of chemicals and the logistics. Everything needs to be in order. And which is why in China you have a vertically integrated industry. And you're up against a very powerful contender here. But if we think about we want to decouple from China, I have to say this is impossible within the next 10 years. It is not possible for the very reasons that I mentioned. But I think the more useful question here is which parts of the supply chain can we then diversify, right? So for diversification to happen, it needs to be approached in 3 layers. At the first layer, upstream diversification of mining resources, we can actually look at what Japan has been doing. So Japan, for the audience, has secured long-term supply agreements with an Australian rare earth processor that also has operations in Malaysia. And why vertically integrated is that it's very important that you have the mine as well as the processing site together. It's not enough that you just have the mine. Because a lot of the processing capacity of China can actually absorb they can offer good price for a lot of the outputs at the upstream level, which many of the refiners, if they're not competitive enough, cannot compete with, right? And so these are, what Japan has done is that they have offered state-backed sort of, not subsidies, but they will buy it at a higher price, just as so long as they're able to secure that supply chain guarantee. And second of all is that, especially when in the context of Europe going into the global south and building the ecosystems there needs to be a talent and technical capability base, right? Which this is arguably the most difficult and hardest constraint in my view, because the midstream process of rare earth elements require not just production of oxides. Oxides themselves are quite useless. When we talk about permanent magnets, they have to be alloyed with different materials like iron and so on and so forth in order to be then processed into permanent magnets. And this industry has a very high sort of rejection rate. So it needs a lot of trial and error. It needs a lot of material sciences. You need a lot of chemical inputs because many of these processes are iterative, right? So these capabilities in terms of technical, yes, needs to be there. And thirdly, on de-risking supply chains. Now, Europe actually already has a European Critical Raw Minerals Act, which verbatim, no more than 65% of our critical minerals should come from a single source supplier. But creating targets is not enough to bolster industry. There needs to be real backing behind it, right? So one sort of the shift away from the concentration in terms of supply has to be done via a networked multi-country production system, which is then enabled by European technical capabilities. That's my view.
Okay. Again, Europe has a role to play here.
Yes, very much.
Christy, we come back to you, and I want to elevate the conversation a bit on ASEAN. You also are involved in research on the whole region, and I've spent some time recently last year, for example, in Singapore, and in conference discussions like this. It's almost as if, and correct me if I'm wrong, that many of the countries in the region are pressurized by either China or the US to follow their model when it comes to data governance, when it comes to regulation overall. So are we faced with this bipolar, 1 or 0 decision in the region? How do you see the dynamics playing there? And is the EU carving out its own kind of, model or guidance for these countries?
I think that is a very good question, and someone just answered in the morning that ASEAN countries have been very capable in managing these disputes with neighbors or dispute with other major powers. I think that is the same case with China, US economic rivalry or competition in ASEAN. So, but apart from some certain ASEAN member like the Philippines right now is more on the side with the US, but for others, mostly they're trying to rebalancing between China and US. So for data centers, you mentioned, Taiwan companies are invited to build data center for them, but it can't be denied that under China's Belt and Road Initiative, China has already successfully developing, I think, around 200 data centers in Southeast Asian country. That includes Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, and also Vietnam. Philippines probably has the least number of data centers because of its government's relation, current government's relation with the U.S. So I think yes, China is competing not only with U.S. but also with other, for example, competing with EU and also competing with Taiwan in terms of strategic sectors and also in terms of supply chain development. So Taiwan has managed to Taiwan also has been managing to rebalancing trade relations with China and also with U.S. I think EU can do more. For example, Taiwan and EU have been talking a lot of strategic partnership, but haven't been able to sign anything yet. But if Taiwan and EU can cooperate together in some Southeast Asian country, for example, you have very close relation with Vietnam under this Vietnam-EU FTA, and also other countries. I believe that Taiwan, you can work with Taiwan or work with other like-minded countries in terms of competing more strategic space in Southeast Asian country, and also in India too.
Also India too. Okay, that's loud and clear. Thank you, Christy, for this point. Baratang, I come back to you. We're discussing this, high-level geopolitical conversation, but I'm very tempted because given your profile with Girl Hype and the fact that you've spent, I guess, a lot of years dealing with education initiatives for girls, for women, when it comes to coding, when it comes to digital skills, I'm very tempted to ask now with all these breakthrough LLMs, all of these developments, and we have code, writing code. You know, is this displacing all of these wonderful girls and women you've been educating, or not only in South Africa but internationally, I guess? What's your impression so far?
I think if we put the human element into code, we're still gonna need a lot of developers, but the developers are going to be different from now on because the systems will be able to write the code.
Mm-hmm.
However, the human element is going to be able to edit it into a manner that is solving problems. So problem solving whilst you're learning how to code is a critical skill now. Design thinking is beginning to be one of the core courses that we have to teach people, because if systems are there that are just pushed through by AI, it doesn't mean that it's designed to suit the needs of the people around it. And at the same time, we still have the problem of basic education in Africa. Like, basic education is still a very big challenge that we have to get it up to a certain standard. So we find that coding is one of the quickest way to teach girls how to think logically, how to apply mathematical concepts very easily. So it's not just teaching girls how to code, it's the coders who are going to be able to be problem solvers that we need for the future. And we're gonna need lots of data analytics. The data side of things is happening. So we just have to spread it in a manner that, in the end, women have jobs. You know what? We can speak English as much as we want. The problem is women are not represented in the tech industry. At the moment, even in the AI space, only 15% of the highest decision-making bodies of the systems we see in the world, those big tech companies, still only have 15% of the voices of women. How are we going to solve women issues if we're not teaching them something and getting them somewhere?
Does it start from the educational level, from the bottom? I mean, where does the problem stem from? What do you think?
It's both education and cultural. Because what challenges women not to take the positions is other issues that has nothing to do with the tech itself. I think women are very intelligent and they've proved themselves. The only problem is, how does the society and culture of employment, the biases that are in the industry, and the opportunities that are going to be created now by the AI, how are we going to make sure that as a society we don't repeat the mistakes of the past of excluding women? And do we incorporate them into the spaces? I mean, it took someone to put me in a chair in Brussels. I don't think an African sitting in South Africa would be sitting here if she never said, you know what, we need a South African voice in the debate. It's the same principle that you have to apply when it comes to women and girls. And I'll speak about Africa. Some countries still don't see the value of an educated girl. We still have to push parents to say, education, forget about technology, just basic education is very relevant and it's needed. And because of the infrastructure challenges, they do not see the value of it, because most homes wouldn't even have a computer inside it. The only thing that they know of when you talk about AI is what comes out of a cell phone. And this is the biggest digital asset for most families. So we have to work with double dose of saying, it doesn't mean because you can operate a cell phone, you are technologically literate to take you further. And the academia sector has its own challenges there. It's big. They need to deal with themselves because they still don't have enough professors, female professors. They still don't have enough there's a system of categorizing each other of how do you get to be a professor, how do we get to be an associate. That system is very European. I think Africa should just get rid of it, because as long as we use that system, there isn't going to be enough female professors.
Yeah, but the issues you raise, actually, they're also shared in Europe when it comes to women involved in technologies or software engineering. So the question about the skills gap and education is something which also here we haven't fully cracked. we're trying to get this kind of different points, and we check the different components for getting it right. Supply chains, governance, education, skills. Maybe Karim, with you, we can finish here on policy. I also noticed in your work that you do a lot of research when it comes to micro and small and medium enterprises.
Yes.
And in all of these conversations about technology, about innovation, here in Europe we get a bit stuck because we believe in the free market, we believe in empowerment and leveling the play field, but we're also up against the juggernauts of the East, in Asia, in China, which is heavily subsidizing its own state champions, or what was it, 4% of GDP goes to subsidies annually, something insane as numbers. And here in Europe, we're a bit more hesitant when it comes to this, also for good reasons. How do you see this dynamic, and how do we challenge these hyperscalers, be it in China, be it in the US?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I have to tell you, it's not just in Europe that's
Yeah,
you're struggling with this question. The question of free market versus state support is a very long and drawn-out question. But I think that if you look at the history and the data of successful economies, it is usually a combination of both. We cannot say that we don't want free markets because then we lose ourselves to the sort of the competitive forces abroad that is really the drivers of innovation. But at the same time, for SMEs, especially those in the global south, to scale, there is a sense of fear amongst them that they're unable to compete against these hyperscalers. Yes, that is true. But if you look at the reasons why SMEs fail, it is actually not it is not because of competition. It is actually because the lack of the ability to scale and to find niche areas of production. And in my research, I'll just be very quick here. One of the interesting models that I've come across is the Japanese model of keiretsu. So in Japanese, this means interdependence. So what this means is that the SME or the company is not competing in silo. It is competing as an ecosystem development itself. So these SMEs, they procure or they provide niche services and products to large companies, which then eases the banking risk of them having access to funding. So it's all done in an intertwined system. The financing comes in, the research and development comes in. They compete as an ecosystem. And that is very hard to beat, right? Of course, we cannot just take the Japanese model carte blanche. It is made specifically for that sort of philosophy and that sort of industry. And in Malaysia, there have been attempts to recreate this, but for various reasons, it fell short of what we originally intended, for a variety of reasons, which I won't get into. That's another topic of debate. But, but I do think that some form of ecosystem development, especially for SMEs, is very important when we talk about national resilience. Because SMEs, whether we like it or not, are the backbone of employment. And it's also true here in Europe. I believe Germany has a kind of Mittelstand model, which I'm also very sort of impressed with. But I'll leave it there. Compete as an ecosystem, not as a single company or as a in silo.
Okay, that's a great recommendation for our friends and policymakers here in Brussels. We have just enough time maybe to open the conversation. I already see a quick hand there. Second one. So yeah, please introduce yourselves and the question, individual or for the whole panel. Gentleman, there is second.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Wupech Kumbi. I work in science diplomacy as well as education innovation. And with your permission, I have two questions actually. So the first question is for you, Dr. Christie. In the just ended AI summit, the one that was last month, February, in New Delhi, we saw an outstanding contribution. 200 billion was contributed towards AI in the global south. And the next AI summit is coming back to Geneva, back to Europe. I was very interested in what you talked about with Taiwan and sovereign AI governance structure. So how do you see that the global south especially in the Asian region, can translate commitments that were made at the India AI Summit and now that it's back here in Europe, particularly in Geneva, where we know that governance frameworks as well as conversations around guardrails are going to be had. Then my next question is for the other panelists. I'll just be quick. So it's also around the governance frameworks and the guardrails. So I just want to ask, who do you think should ultimately carry the responsibility when we are talking about accountability and legitimacy? Is it the developers, like you've mentioned, Barang? Is it the developers? Is it our national governments? Is it multilateral institutions like the European Union? Where does that responsibility lie from your perspective?
Thank you so much. So, gentleman over there.
Kimon Zorbas, I am a tech consultant. So my question is to all of you. So we see that basically it is the US and China that are dominating, particularly AI. Europe doesn't really play a role, so I don't know how much you expect from us as a region. But the question to you is, when you look at the, everybody's trying to get in. Of course, your countries you live in as well, they're very dynamic. It's very impressive from a European point of view to see such markets. And the question is, do you view that regulatory setup, particularly when we think about AI and data crunching, so also related, of course, to privacy, that goes hand in hand. Do you see the European regulatory framework worth copying, or is your personal assessment that that actually is not something you're keen copying because of the peculiarities you have in your countries, and maybe also because it is not particularly helping innovation? Or is your assessment, actually it's a great innovation driver? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. Is the Brussels effect still a thing? Is it appealing as a model? Final question from somebody? If not, maybe start with you, Christy, because there was a specific question to you.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. Taiwan, though, has strength in AI semiconductor, but we are usually invisible. And not only because of political reasons, but also because Taiwanese companies used to be contract manufacturers. That means that we are producing products for other brands, but without showing our own brand. Take one example, Foxconn. TSMC is producing chips for all its clients without showing its own brand, right? And Delta, I don't know whether it's here in Europe, also in India. Delta is the global leader of cooling technology, also contract manufacturer. And Foxconn, probably you know this, it's the world's largest electronic contract manufacturer. That means it's produce everything for other clients without showing its own name. So because of this fact, Taiwan is now invited to AI Summit. I was personally invited because I did Taiwan-Indian economic study for a long time. So but our government was never invited. So I think if there's a chance for Taiwan to be more visible, I believe the world and also the world will begin to know more about Taiwan, and especially in the case of India, because India right now for the past year have been keeping some distance with Chinese investment, and also trading with China, right? So Indians always come to Taiwan asking for our investment in semiconductor, in data center. So I think it's for this country, they are trying to not to depend too much on Chinese product, Chinese system, Chinese technology. They will come to Taiwan. So I believe there is a lot more chance for Taiwan to be more visible. And but unfortunately, for Taiwan-EU partnership, we've been talking a lot for more than 10 years, 15 years. But we tried to propose in the past year, propose that EU could invite Taiwan as a member of its, for example, critical mineral partnership or TTC and other things. Yeah, but unfortunately, it didn't work. So I believe the EU can move faster. Right now, Taiwan is actually collaborating more with the US because US has a lot of policy breakthrough that prioritize cooperation with Taiwan. But EU so far is lagging a bit behind because of its policy constraint.
Yeah, thank you. Baratan, Karim, is the EU digital framework worth copying? What do you think?
I think in Africa, if you go to the AU office now, it's so infested with the EU lobbyists trying to get Africa to copy it. And I personally think it's a good framework because sometimes it's got values that are very good in it, and it's got things that Africa can learn from because we haven't implemented this big tech that EU had done already. So it's not worth, it's just worth localizing. Because I've read it and I felt like most of the things made sense. And I've been to conferences where it was debated, and it made sense to be what it is because it's really protecting human rights, which is the basic fundamental thing that should be there. So I think it's for African leaders to decide, how do you localize it, not just copy? How do you make it applicable to Africa?
Adapt to the local context. Karim?
Yes. So I will speak sort of from the view of Malaysia and more other Southeast Asia. So recently there have been moves to have the DIFA framework, the Digital Economy Framework Agreement. And I think a lot of those, many of the provisions in that agreement actually also take inspiration from the EU data protection laws. So there is cooperation there already. It's just that, for ASEAN, we have to remember that different countries are at different levels of development. You have Cambodia, which is a very low LDC. You have countries like Singapore, which have a standard of living comparable to most of Europe. So these are apples and oranges. The trick here is trying to facilitate AI governance in a way that benefits everybody. So for DIFA, I mean, it has not, so it should be finalized this year, 2026. And I am expecting good things to come out of DIFA. But we at ISIS, we actually did do a study on AI policy as well. Our sort of overarching conclusion is that it cannot be too restrictive, that it sort of restricts the potential for research within the AI models in Malaysia, but it cannot also be run like Cowboy Town. There need to be sufficient guardrails in place. And I think this is where Europe can come in and sort of tailor and bespoke many of the regulations, especially those with regard to human rights and human values within the ASEAN sort of context.
Okay, so finding the right balance between over-regulation and the Wild West coming from the US. There was a final raised hand there from the gentleman. Final question.
Yes, hello, Eric Paul from My Data Global. We spoke in the other panels about flows, and for AI we need quality data. So I wanted to have your opinion on cross-border data sharing. What do you need? Well, is it working well? What do you need for it to be working well? And with whom are you comfortable creating a trusted framework, and is the EU in the current system potential partner for this? Thanks.
Okay, question on cross-border data sharing and with whom, and I'll add another question and use my moderator's privilege. Final quick question to the whole panel. Here in Brussels, we love to talk about cooperating with allies on digital, but when it comes to your region or your country specifically, how can these cooperations be improved? Is it through diplomatic dialogues? Is it through trade and tech council sessions? Is it through specific trade enhancement, manufacturing deals? How can the EU work better when it comes to digital with your country? And also the question on data sharing. Maybe let's start with Karim, reverse the order.
Yes.
Final thoughts.
So on the question of data sharing, yes, this is a primary concern within ASEAN. And the DIFA does explore a little bit into that. But for Malaysia's perspective, data sharing is it's a sensitive issue because we want primacy over the control of our own data and not allow such data to flow abroad. Yes, it is an issue. I don't think I don't think you'll get an answer today. It's been a long debated topic as to who. Generally, I would say that for ASEAN, we are more trusting of our own sort of immediate neighbors, as opposed to forces that who would otherwise use it for other sort of reasons. So I'll sort of give a quick example. There is economic value in the data that we share. There was a famous case where somebody was sent sort of baby products, didn't know she was, the father saw the baby products and didn't know the daughter was pregnant. And turns out she was, because of the sort of things she was asking online. So there is real value in these data points. Who can we share it with? That's a real security issue. But I would say for Malaysia specifically, we want primacy over our own data. And I think many countries also feel similarly.
Thank you. Baratang?
I'm going to repeat what he said.
Okay.
So I think one of the other things he touched on was we've got different countries at different levels. And in Africa, some countries are still at that entry level and they don't have enough infrastructure. So what Smart Africa has been doing is to try and build data exchange points to share data. I don't know how far they are because it's a very sensitive topic. Every time they raise it, every political party says, hey, data sovereignty, data security. It's like a catch-22 situation, but there is something being talked about. And I think Smart Africa is really going to invest in making sure that as Africans we can have, but I don't think it's going to go outside Africa. At the moment, maybe for the next 2-3 years, it's still contained within regions.
Okay, thank you. Christy, final thoughts?
I think Taiwan is a bit different because we don't have much choice. So welcome. I mean, of course, and first of all, we adopt the EU approach in terms of AI governance framework, and also other countries, including ASEAN, where we heavily invested. They have this policy. They have this policy that made then the government-to-government exchange cooperation a bit slow and limited. So Taiwan right now actively cooperating with Japan and the US, and also EU is also very much welcome. But I do have one proposal to raise in this forum because I think AI, semiconductor, and also AI are the areas that Taiwan can work closely with EU and also other countries, right? So you do understand that TSMC, the world's largest chip maker, supposed to come to Dresden, Germany. Though the plan is a bit delayed, but they are still committed to come over to this part of the world. And in the past 3 years, the Dresden local government and also federal government of Germany have been working closely with Taiwan, sending students, interns to Taiwan, for Taiwan, TSMC to help train semiconductor engineers and AI talent. I believe that part is less sensitive, and that could be an area for Taiwan, EU, and also Taiwan collaboration with other countries. Taiwan is right now helping building AI talents in Southeast Asian countries. For example, a number of ASEAN countries have a target to train 50,000, 60,000 AI engineers by 2030. Taiwan is cooperating with that. I think AI talents and also governance could be another area that Taiwan and EU can start working.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our panel. Please, a round of applause for our wonderful panelists. Over to you, Theo.
Thank you very much, Dimitar, and thank you to our panelists for this insightful discussion. Dear guests, now we're going to move for a short coffee break before returning at 3:30 for the Welcome back, everyone. It is now time for the final panel discussion of today, titled Shaping the Future. What should the next global order look like? Today, competing models of governance challenge Europe's ability to protect its interests and promote stability. This roundtable will explore how Europe, India, and partners from the Global South can align their perspectives, protect a rules-based multilateral order, and shape global standards in technology, security, and sustainable growth. We've put together a terrific panel to discuss these themes. Please join me in welcoming Manoj Kewalramani, who chairs the Indo-Pacific Studies Program at the Takshashila Institution, Cheng Chui Kwek, professor at the National University of Malaysia, Hunter Marston, non-resident fellow at CSIS, and Klaus Welle, chairman of the Martin Center Academic Council and former SecGen of the European Parliament. To guide us through this conversation, Zsuzsa Anna Ferenczi, visiting fellow and academic council member from the Martin Center, will moderate this panel. Zsuzsa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Theo. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. Thank you for staying us for such a fruitful day. I think we've had a lot of interesting, insightful conversations and insights from and with the Global South, and I think this has been a central thread throughout the conversations. So I think we're ready for this panel to tackle the big question of the day: what should the next global order should look like? I will set the stage for us, and then we'll have a round of questions, follow-up questions, and then 10 minutes or so for Q&A, so that you can also engage with us. I want this to be interactive, so I will invite you, because I know you all like that, to debate amongst each other. And so in terms of the context, well, we've already, I think, covered a lot of ground when it comes to the global order. Going through a profound and chaotic transition from a rules-based order to a transactional, volatile landscape. Perceptions matter. I think we touched upon that on India and how much it is important that we understand that the world looks very different depending on where one sits. And this is where you all come in. At the same time, I think partnerships matter too. We did question partnerships even today, but I think we converge on the need of partnering up. This is also part of the concept of this conference. So understanding how our partners think, for us Europeans, is key to carving out a collective way forward, not backward, to return to more cooperation and less confrontation. So this is a little bit of the background that I want us to think about when we tackle the big question of the future. Without really answering the question, no one can answer that question. I mean, I can't, but I invite you really to address it from where you sit. So we have an hour, and I think we have enough time to be able to go below the surface. So I'll start with you, Manoj. So you come from India, and you have spent years and decades trying to decode China. So I think you've done a terrific job for us China watchers to understand China also from an Indian perspective. And again, I really value the fact that, as I said, we have our ideas about our partners, but those are not always shared. You also have written about China-India relations, and you have argued that there's a way. Perhaps there's interest in re-engaging, but this is very fragile and cautious. And on my end, I would say that I would argue that more and more Europeans see the future to be shaped by the Global South. So we covered Global South earlier. China is projecting itself as a solution provider and also sees itself as a great power and sees India as an inferior regional power. Now, India sees China among its biggest security challenges. So in light of these regional dynamics, and please do not think that I want to look at India through a China lens, but in China, the China factor is obvious here. So in your view, what kind of a world order would benefit India? So let's kick off with that question, and then I'll come back to you for a follow-up.
Sure. Thank you so much, Zsuzsa, and thank you so much to the Martin Center for having me here. This has been a fascinating conversation. I'm going to cheat a little bit. On the flight to Brussels, I was watching this show on Netflix called The Good Place. It's a show where somebody's designing the afterlife. So I thought that I would use this question to try and design the world order that I think makes works, right? At least from my perspective. And it's a difficult question because at the end of the day, given the brutishness of the present moment, you're thinking about being optimistic because you have to be optimistic. You have to be somewhere idealistic. Yet you can't discount the realities that we are encountering on a daily basis, the historical experiences of how states engage with each other. There's a certain essential nature of international relations which tends to be anarchic. So it is within that framework that I'm going to sort of try and think about the world order broadly and what I think it should be. Whether this works for India or not, I'll probably answer at the end. I think it does work for India because somewhere I think I'm thinking from that lens. But we can explore that subsequently. I think I want to just take a crack at thinking about what kind of order is, like in the morning session, the gentleman has said, #feasible. So I want to think about what's feasible given the current environment. To me, before you sort of get into the contours of the elements of an order, I think it's important to think about what are the core tensions that any order needs to try and contend with. To me, there are three broad tensions. The first is you have to balance between three distinct forces. Firstly, the Westphalian normative order of states being the primary actors, territorial integrity, sovereignty, equality of states, non-interference in international affairs. Is that the framework that we need to apply? But that framework often sort of contends with, to a certain degree, the nature of great powers, right? Great powers, at the end of the day, whatever we may say about the equality and the legal equality of states, great powers tend to be in a league of their own. They tend to circumvent the law when it pleases them. This was the case, this is the case today. This was the case at the heyday of the liberal international order after the Cold War. So the Westphalian norms constantly contend with the desires and the interests of great powers. And the third tension, the third sort of aspect that this first thing has to deal with is the potential overreach of any ideological zeitgeist, whether it is ideas of liberalism, which at the end of the Cold War, the famous idea of the end of history, that there's a particular direction in which the world order will move, which is liberal democracies, that's the best form of governance. Or today, where we see a return of neo-fascist ideas around the world, much more sort of nativist ideas of how societies must be structured. So I think that's the first set of tensions between these three norms of thinking about the world that any new order must contend with. The second set of tensions I think that an order must contend with is the tensions between the idea of universality and not particularity, but pluralism. Do we necessarily need to have some norms which are universal, and do they need to be universally applied also? In the morning, we talked about having certain common values, the European way of life, where the individual is at the center. As a classical liberal, I agree with that. But I can see in my country, in China, in other parts of the world, that the way we deal with the tension between the individual and the community is very different from, say, how Brussels will deal with it. So while we may agree that the individual is critical, different societies have different structures, different social fabrics, and therefore they deal with this tension differently. So can the world order at the sort of global level contend with this plurality? Can it sort of encourage a certain degree of pluralism? And again, I'm using the word pluralism purposefully and not using tolerance, because tolerance is far behind pluralism. Your pluralism is about acceptance. Tolerance is about allowing things to sustain. So to me, that's the second set of tensions that any order needs to contend with. And I think this you see not just in, say, my part of the world. You'll also see it in the United States today. I mean, if you listen to the speeches from US Vice President Vance and Marco Rubio at the last two Munich security conferences, this comes out quite strongly. The third set of tensions I think that needs to be dealt with is between rhetoric, between aspiration and delivery. And I think that is where a lot of the criticism from the global south tends to come with regard to the post-Cold War order. The idea that are you involving and are you addressing the aspirations of those who are part of this order? Are you taking all those folks together with you, or are they at the margins of this order? I think that's the first part. The second part is the order accounting for the dispersion of power across the world? For example, the fact that India is not part of the UN Security Council. There are other countries around the world. There are countries in Africa. There's the African Union. Are we representing the dispersion of power around the world in the way the world is being governed? Are we accounting for these aspirations? I think that's, again, a challenging thing that any sort of new order that you construct needs to deal with. So, to conclude, what does this mean for the architect who's trying to build the afterlife, who's trying to build the order? To my mind, there are three core tenets that I can take away. First, any order must be rules-based. Because at the end of the day, what is order but not a shared agreement over certain rules of how we engage with each other? But those rules need not be what were sort of the Western liberal understanding of rules. They will have to be renegotiated. And I think this is a process of trying to figure that out. Any order, the future order, I think, should be most likely multipolar, more plurilateral and less multilateral in my view, more regional and potentially less global, more pluralistic and potentially less universalist. Finally, my view is that, and this is something that I don't like, but this is unfortunately the reality of the world today. So again, hashtag feasibility. Any new order will be more state-centric. Again, I grew up in the 1990s, looking at the world, seeing the emergence of global civil society, of non-governmental organizations which operate internationally, of transnational corporations. Increasingly, I think the biggest casualty of great power competition over the past decade or so, to my mind, has been the death or the recession of civil society around the world. The fact that today transnational corporations are subject to greater state control on issues of security and so on and so forth. I mean, the most recent example is Planet Labs saying that you will get delayed information on satellite imagery because of the conflict. So you're likely to see that much more, and which is going to sort of undermine the goal of an individual-centric society. So that's, I think, the order that I think we're likely to see, and potentially that works from an Indian perspective, given the current circumstances. Will that order be peaceful, stable, perhaps more so than today? Will it engender greater prosperity? Compared to the 1990s and the early 2000s, perhaps not.
Well, you raise very difficult questions, and I invite all of you to reflect on those as well. But if you have to then now think about this picture that you presented and how India would benefit from this, do you think Europe can be a partner in this vision that India would have for the future?
I think so. I think given the vision is much more multipolar, much more pluralistic, you're likely to see India continue to look for more partners. I think it aligns with the broader sort of multi-alignment idea that the Indian government talks about. There are three quick domains, and I won't go into details to them right now. We can talk about them later, where I think Europe and India can work together. First is, I think, from an economic industrial capacity point of view, from an economic security point of view, I think there's a common minimum program that Europe and India can work out, which is not about necessarily charting the heights of future sort of drivers of economic growth, but at least at the base level, trying to figure out how you can work together, in which sectors you can work together to build certain base level capabilities so that you are not coerced either by the power in the East or the power in the West, right? So you find your ways to sort of deal with coercibility. The second is to try and find a way where Europe and India can get the private sector in a room together. These challenges are not going to be solved by governments, as much as governments like making rules and creating frameworks. I think these challenges are going to be solved by private industry coming together. Government can tell them to de-risk, they will still chart their course. But just getting them in a room together more frequently to try and figure out what they can do is, I think, worth it. And finally, defense. Europe is embarking on a massive rearmament program. India lives in a extremely hostile neighborhood. And is always in a position where it needs to do more on defense. There's a growing private sector of India, of the Indian defense industry. And I think there are tremendous sort of opportunities where Europe can deal with its fiscal challenges while continuing to rearm if it works with India, and India can build capabilities if it works with Europe in defense.
Great. I think we'll come back to the values question, because whenever I have this conversation and perhaps a difficulty around working with values and whose values, I always think about the idea of perhaps we need to talk about principles, because they're not so sensitive perhaps, and it's in line of the rules-based order that you argued for. So moving on to Cheng-Chi, you sit in Malaysia, so we stay in the region. Malaysia is often talked about as a country that is able to carve out its own path in a polarized world. But Malaysia is also vulnerable, exposed to the US-China great power rivalry. And rather than taking sides, Malaysia has followed a hedging strategy. I will not explain that. I let you do that because you're the expert in hedging. But my question to you also, feel free to build on Manoj's points. What kind of global order would serve Malaysia's interests best, and what and where does Europe fit in that picture seen from Malaysia?
All right. Thanks very much, Susan, for your very kind introduction. And let me begin by thanking the organizer, Martin Center, for having me here. Such a pleasure to join this distinct group of panelists. And very good afternoon, everyone. As Manoj, he began with 3 points and end with 3 points. I have 3 points too. And my 3 points are about 3 A's. So I hope they would help us to remember which are the 3 points, 3 A's that I hope to elaborate. But before I elaborate those 3 points, let me say something by Malaysian Ambassador Khalid, that my friend is here. And since I'm the only panelist who speak with very strong Malaysian accent, I don't want to get my friend into trouble. So whatever I say only represent me as an academic, nothing to do with Malaysia. With that, let me begin by talking about my 3 points, right? And the 3 points are not random. They are specially selected mainly because of the theme of this panel. It's about global, the next global order. And you would agree with me that the next global order is a process. It won't happen overnight. It's a process, and we can focus on either the processes involving superpowers, US and China, or we can focus on processes involving the non-big powers. In this case, I would say that given we are in Brussels, middle powers. So my 3 points would specifically focus on the non-big powers, primarily middle powers across the globe. And I think I'm going to invite trouble for myself. I know the expectation with my accent is that you expect me to talk about global south. I am going to invite trouble by talking about both global south and global north. And the 3 points, the 3 A's that I'm going to represent, the first point is about how me as a student of international relations from global south look at how global north middle powers are involving itself in this process of emerging global power. That's first A. Second A, it's those involving global south. And I try to engage global south not just in Southeast Asia, also Middle East, Latin America, and elsewhere, and of course South Asia. And the final point I will sum up by relating those points that was already discussed in the earlier panelists, right? So first thing first, 3 points. When I say that the 3 A's, actually what I meant is 3 sets of A's. And this is the first set of A about global north. You tell me whether I observe the right thing about the middle powers' role in the emerging global order with the 3 A, with the first set of A's that I'm going to describe. It's about alliance, you know that. And I would say that the first set of A is a lot. Global and north middle powers are shifting the alignment position by shifting from alliance first to alliance plus. You tell me whether it's correct or wrong. Alliance first, that has been going for 70 80 years, right? And we are talking about US allies in Europe, in Canada, in also Northeast Asia, Oceania, so on and so forth. Alliance first means that all these countries, US allies, are putting an alliance with United States, superpower, as the cornerstone of all its external policy, foreign, security, intelligence, economic, you name it. However, with the growing uncertainty, especially under Trump 2.0, you are observing that countries more and more are shifting from alliance first to alliance plus. And I would say that alliance plus is a very tricky term. And that's also a very useful term for you to measure the differences across all these US allies in Europe, in the Northeast Asia, in the Atlantic, so on and so forth, right? Why is that? You can say that alliance plus means that alliance is still a core element. However, you know that it's insufficient. You need to have the plus. Some will have a plus plus. But the ratio across these allies are different. Japan, I would say that perhaps is still a 70% alliance and 30% a plus. In Europe, after Greenland, or threat about Greenland, so on and so forth, and when President Trump used the word NATO, when he was referring to NATO, he used the term them, right? So you know that alliance plus is going to be not just about 2026, might be on and on for quite some time. Although I think across the alliance first and alliance plus countries, some are still optimistic that after Trump 2.0, maybe Washington will return to some normalcy. That one I think you can compare across all these US allies, the alliance plus countries. That lead me to the second point, right? And I said the second point is about, as a contrast, about countries in global south. Southeast Asia, Latin America, Middle East, South Asia, so on and so forth. These are the countries that I will use one word that I got from dining table yesterday, right? Allergic. These countries mostly are alliance allergic. Allergic is not anti. Allergic means that I know alliance is good for you. I know global North US allies love embrace alliance as the mainstream and cornerstone. But allergic, India from day one, right? Indonesia, I have a fifi there. From day one, the DNA of many countries in global south is alliance allergic. Means that we knew that this is not for us for many reasons. Given the time, let me very quickly highlight there are 3 reasons why global south countries in Southeast Asia, elsewhere, and majority of the members of international community has always been, not always, but has largely been alliance allergy. For historical reason, for structural reason, for domestic reason. Domestic reason is quite clear, quite straightforward in the sense that many of these countries are post-colonial countries. Alliance means that no free lunch. You count on someone to back you up, you know that there is no autonomy to begin with. Big powers expect you to turn left, you cannot turn right, so on and so forth. Domestically, the voters, the people in global south countries cannot accept government or sovereign governments to accept order expectation from the big power. So domestically, it's a no-no, whether democratic countries or non-democratic countries like Vietnam, so on and so forth. That is domestic. And then for history, there are countries in Southeast Asia, for example, Malaysia and Vietnam. We used to be alliance first. Now we are alliance allergic. And these are the 2 very interesting cases to compare. Why is that? During Cold War, Malaysia, Vietnam both adopted alliance first. But what happened was that alliance first countries like Malaysia and Vietnam, and in different camp, right? Malaysia in the Western camp, and Vietnam in the communist camp. But eventually, that alliance first and alliance main policy did not last. Why is that? Malaysia, after the first 14 years, when British announced East or West in 1966, a few years later, Uncle Sam, the leader of free world, announced about the Nixon Doctrine. That was a moment that these smaller countries who count on alliance as the cornerstone of the external policy realized that, after all, alliance is good but might not last. Whatever European countries are facing and feeling right now was exactly what Southeast Asia countries were facing back in late 1960s and also 1970s. And no coincidence, as soon as the Nixon Doctrine was announced in 1969, you had 3 US or Western alliance first countries, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand, immediately forged cooperation acknowledgement, engagement, normalization with the communist China, the enemy of the day. Vietnam also put all eggs in the Soviet Union as the alliance first, right? And then it actually even expanded very quickly.
Yes,
right?
please.
Yeah. And
because I want
those are
you
important
to
points.
really connect this conversation to Malaysia's position and how this fits in the partnership we're trying to build with, but very briefly, so we cover all the regions.
So let me very quickly to move on to the next point, the third point, the third A. But before that, you might wonder, in these current circumstances, those alliance allergic countries, what are they doing when it comes to about partnership, right? This is where let me spend just a few minutes, and I'm pretty sure this is what my good friend Hunter would come up with. And this is also a very key question that kept coming up in the earlier morning session when they were question and comment about partnership, right? What partnership mean? What partnership is some partnerships about alliance or some partnership about alignment? Let me very quickly provide some quick points, and those are not academic exercise. Those are policy exercise. Why is that? If you are not offering and understanding those differences, you will not be understand, and you do not how to sell your policy. EU to sell policies to global South countries, alliance allergic, how are you going to sell, right? So very briefly, partnership, of course, is a cooperation. But partnership is about the institutionalized cooperation. Not all partnership can be recognized as an alignment. Alignment is partnership with 3 C's, convergence of interest, interest overlap. That convergence of interest push them to have second C, consultation. You are institutionalized, 2 + 2, 3 + 3, so on and so forth. And all those consultation will lead to the third C. That is the defining element of alignments, which is different from the rest of the partnership. Fundamentally, alignment is about compatibility, enhancement, coordination. You are going to coordinate. In defense, you talk about interoperability. So many of what is going on in Global South, it's actually, in the case of India too, it's actually alignment without alliance. You would ask, so what is the alliance and alignment? Alliance is alignment with mutual defense commitment. Your security is my security. So India, one foot in Quad and all that, you know, Quad is alignment, not alliance. Now I think I'm ready for the final point.
It has to be very quick.
All right.
Because we're running out of time.
So the third point is very simple, right?
Or you can also just keep it
right.
Or after we cover the US, we cover Europe, and then we'll give you another chance.
Sure, we'll do that.
Thank you so much.
You exercise your agency.
Yes.
The moderator.
Well, I'm the moderator. I'm in charge. So it's a good picture, though, you know, going from India to Malaysia and ASEAN. And thank you both for laying that out there for us. But I want me to turn to you, Hunter. You sit in Washington, and I know you have struggled, as we have in Europe, to kind of unpack the strategic incoherence coming out of the White House. Speaking of transatlantic relations, trust has been broken, and I know we covered trust in earlier panels, and that is something I want us to also think about going forward in this, in reshaping the global order. We are dealing with a US president who is rejecting international norms in favor of deals. And rather than focusing on US rivals, Trump has been most aggressive against allies, and we've felt that in Europe. And there's something else that I've read about trying to understand what's happening in transatlantic relations and what Trump is doing, is that Trump's foreign policies are best understood as an extension of its domestic agenda. So Trump has been projecting domestic governance struggles on the international arena, blurring the boundary between domestic politics and geopolitics. So I think, I mean, I speak as a European, but we are discussing the future of the global order with the Global South. So I struggle to kind of unpack the role that the US can play together with Europe, because I want us, you and Klaus, to focus on the transatlantic context. I don't know, where do we go from here? I don't know, how do you see things? And I will have the same question to Klaus from the European side of the coin of the transatlantic relations. So please help us understand the situation, perhaps.
Right. Well, I don't claim to speak for the U.S. government. As an American, I'm just as confused as many friends and counterparts overseas. I work on Southeast Asia, so the language of hedging makes a great deal more sense to me than some of the flexible realism and new notions coming out of Washington's strategic doctrines. So I'll just caveat my statements with that. So we were asked to think about the emerging world order. I will be, if not somewhat controversial, a bit idealist in arguing that the emergent world order that best suits U.S. interests might not be that espoused by the Trump administration, but one that is somewhere between the current moment we're at now and a future that is yet to be ascertained. One that has hallmarks of an order that the U.S. previously played an essential role in building itself. So first, I think that the emergent order that best serves U.S. interests remains one that's fundamentally multilateral as opposed to unilateral, one that's multipolar as opposed to unipolar or bipolar, one that's both cooperative and competitive, and one that reflects values-based realism. So what do I mean exactly by that? Multilateralism is currently out of vogue in Washington. The Trump administration has withdrawn from multiple UN bodies, has denigrated the G8 or G7, has trampled on NATO repeatedly, and yet the Trump administration has been trying in its own way to create novel forms of minilateralism, including Pax Silica, the Shield of the Americas, the Board of Peace. And all of these reflect efforts to corral new coalitions that fundamentally, I think, underscore the inability of even the United States to do things alone. So I think multilateralism, minilateralism don't always need to be at odds with one another, but can operate in parallel, or perhaps in a plurilateral fashion, as Manoj put forward. On multipolarity, there's always been a divide in Washington, which has opposed multipolarity for reasons of strategic interest, that unipolarity was seen as essential to preserving U.S. global primacy. But as relative U.S. power declines, even as absolute power, I think, remains quite indisputable, the United States has an interest in buttressing the multipolar emergent order. And what I mean by that, I think, is recognizing that, as I just said, the United States cannot do everything alone, that it needs partners, and that in order to prevent a rival hegemon from emerging, actually a multipolar order suits its interests by supporting the interests of middle powers and smaller powers to work together in flexible coalitions. Third, cooperation remains essential. As I said a couple of times already, the United States cannot go it alone, and the current pleas to international partners and allies to come to the U.S. defense in supporting clearance operations in the Straits of Hormuz is just one example of this fundamental reality. We need to think longer term and bigger picture about the nature of international cooperation looking ahead. Competition is natural and healthy, I would argue, but it need not be the defining prism of grand strategy coming out of Washington. And competition with China, which has currently been downplayed under the second Trump administration rather unexpectedly, I think can be good for a multipolar and peaceful, stable world order, particularly in Southeast Asia, the part of the world I work on. Where a sort of Goldilocks formula suits everyone's interests better than outright hostility or a G2 arrangement between Beijing and Washington. And third, on the question of interests versus values, I think the United States is just like any other country in the world. We will always put national interests first, but I would argue that values are also interests, and we shouldn't shy away from values that matter to us and which serve our interests. So issues of democracy and human rights do support a world order that serves U.S. interests, and that's why I would argue that a values-based realism is essential. So, in the case of the U.S.-Vietnam partnership, which is something that I look at quite closely, past diplomats and ambassadors to Vietnam have really kept thorny issues of human rights and democracy at the center of our partnership, and that has not led to a slowdown in the deepening of defense cooperation or cooperation in other war legacy issues. In fact, it's been an honest reflection of U.S. interests in that part of the world, and I think has built a degree of trust in our partnership, even with an authoritarian single-party communist country like Vietnam. I'll just park it there. Thank you.
Okay, good. That's a good start for the transatlantic conversation. Perhaps I immediately turn to you, Klaus. And I also invite you to perhaps reflect on Hunter's points on on the values and interests conversation. And also, I mean, you spent your entire career working for Europe, and I think that's been of great inspiration for debates across Europe, in Brussels, on how the EU can be more of a geopolitical actor on the global stage. Of course, the transatlantic relationship is vital for Europe, but we are where we are, and we have to work with the world that we have, not with the world that we wish we had. I would like to, Prime Minister Carney's name already popped up today, so I do want to use his name here as well. He did talk about the rupture in the world order, and he suggested to construct something better, stronger, and more just. So I want us to use that sort of, I mean, it's not a very, perhaps, strong statement in this context because it doesn't give us much, because there's no disagreement that we want a better and a stronger and more just world working together with the global South. But I do struggle seeing the transatlantic relationship at this stage able to lead that conversation, because I think leadership is going to be vital. Because Manoj, you said great things about restructuring, reshaping, but someone has to take the lead. And I don't know who has the credibility to do that. And I think, I mean, I look at Hunter and I look at you. So I let you address those questions and also share your thoughts on that with us.
Yeah, I think what you said about the Canadian Prime Minister is just another example that the global order after 1945 has become an orphan. The BRICS meeting in Russia said they want a new global order. Russia, obviously, with its aggression against Ukraine, wants a new global order. The US president is saying, we've been cheated all the time, we want a new global order. So everybody wants a new global order, and I think the first consequence is that everybody believes the law that's in existence is somehow not legitimate, and therefore maybe can be disregarded. So the idea that we just change from one order to another order in a nice, bureaucratic process, I think is extremely optimistic. What we are seeing for the moment is much more falling back into a kind of 19th century nationalism. And we know that multipolar sounds great, but we know that's intrinsically an unstable arrangement. Bipolar is much more stable than multipolar. And when we speak about the Westphalian peace, I'm on the panel here coming from Westphalia. You see, I'm even coming from the area of Münster, where it was done. But let's not forget, it was struck after 30 years of civil war. And at the end of the 30 wars, I think 1/4 of Germans were dead. So change of order is a very dangerous moment, and it will not just be following planning. The key problem we are having is that we are moving from a world where we thought the cake can be growing by cooperation to a zero-sum world, which means I want to be better off, you have to lose. And that's 19th century nationalism. So from my point of view, when we think about Europe, the first question we have to ask us is, how can we survive in a world of predators? In the plural, not in the singular. How can we survive in the world of predators? Or in other words, can we be a pole or will we be an object? And for this, I think we have to address the 5 levels of power. A, we need a close look at our economy. That's what our heads of state and government want to do in this European Council this month. Secondly, we need to look at technology, because we've fallen behind in important sectors. Thirdly, we have to assure our own defense. And here I'm echoing what German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said at the Munich Security Conference. He says, EU-based Article 42 has to become the European pillar of NATO, and this pillar has to be self-sustainable. So we need to be able to guarantee our defense in this world ourselves. Fourth, we need to have a look at our decision-making. Unanimous decision-making means Europe has no foreign policy. And 5, we need to think about our own identity. what do we want to defend? Is there anything that's worth defending? Yes, we can speak about our past and mistakes in the past, but we also have to develop a positive view on what Europe has been contributing. If we can assure that, we can give a contribution to keep up a space for global cooperation. But don't take that for granted. It was guaranteed in a very specific situation by the United States, and the United States is no longer ready to do the job.
I'd like to come back to the question of how can we survive in a world of predators? And I think the next question I would ask is how can we thrive? Because surviving is not enough. And having a defensive posture is not enough. It feels like a lot of what we're doing is trying to defend our values, trying to stand up for what we have. But I think in this transition from one order to the other, I don't know, how do we tackle the question of not just surviving, but thriving? And clearly, we cannot do that alone. This is why we need partners. So perhaps, Klaus, how would you look at that question?
I understand that striving is better than surviving, but surviving is first. If you don't survive,
absolutely,
you won't thrive. And I tell you what I mean. If you look at the European map, we have 27 sovereign nation states in the European Union. You won't find in the history of Europe such a multitude of nation states. It is the product of a very special situation, European integration plus the United States umbrella. If we as the European Union are weakening, many predators will feel invited to have a look at weaker states, starting from the Baltics, but not necessarily ending at the Baltics. We go back to where we've been. So that's why I'm saying, first we have to survive. In order to survive, we have to be strong. And if we are strong, we will be thriving.
I might want to stay with you on that, because I think what's also important to ask others, how do they see us as Europe? Because I think our self-perceptions as Europeans these self-perceptions are European. And I think the whole point of this conference is to go beyond that, and also to hear from our partners, their assessment of how they see us and these efforts. Because, I mean, we are on the same page. And I'm just trying to, get us as deep as possible to the heart of the question. So perhaps I turn back to you, Manoj. What is the perception of these efforts, of the state that Europe's in, and how Europe is tackling these questions? Are we getting there? Or, I mean, I know we can think of Europe is slow, for sure, that kind of conversation. But really, sitting in India, I mean, we already discussed India at large, and I think I'm glad to have another India's voice here at the panel. But let's start with the perceptions question.
I think, it would be very presumptuous of me to tell people in Europe how they should be doing things. But at least when I look at Europe today, and I think when we look at Europe from India today, I think we look at Europe and the partnership with it as an opportunity. I think there is tremendous energy that has emerged, after the low of the frictions following the beginning of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. I think that there is a recalibration that's happened. And I think that is where the relationship is heading. Again, the fact that I'm sitting here and talking about how Europe and India can work together in defense more structurally is not something that would have been discussed, say, 10 years ago. So I think that's the perception, that working with Europe is today an opportunity. It's an opportunity that requires scaling up at a very, very fast pace, which I keep, this is my second visit to Brussels in the last 6 months, and again, I keep hearing that there are very few India hands in Brussels or across Europe. So I think there's a lot to be done to catch up on both sides, I would argue. But yeah, I think the fundamental view is opportunity. The only thing that I'd add is that I think also there is a realization, at least among Indian strategic affairs community members, people like me, that there is a resolve in Europe today about about developing its own capabilities. And I think that resonates really well with India, because I think from an Indian perspective also, we're looking at the world and we're saying it's brutish, we need capabilities, we need to survive, and only when we survive will we thrive. So I think I concur with Klaus that I think that that is also the view in India, so that creates commonalities.
Chengchi, is that shared in Malaysia, that Europe is an opportunity for Malaysia, for ASEAN, in similar ways?
The answer is certainly, and I would like to concur with Klaus when emphasizing about survival, right? Early on you mentioned hedging. Hunter also worked on hedging. Hedging fundamentally is survival-driven approach, right? And for survival approach, either smaller countries in Asia or elsewhere, where at the time of when a patron or superpower are so predatory in more than one way, and also are very uncertain, the only way to do is what we call as a multi-alignment, right? Just like when we say that the alliance, the first country is now doing alliance plus, the alliance allergic country is doing multi-alignment. And this is a recurring theme. And to answer your question, it means that if you are talking about alignment plus or multi-alignment, it means that the more, the merrier. But we look at Europe not as a protector. We look at Europe as one of the essential, welcome, desirable partners. And partners meaning that we are working together based on the convergence that we mentioned. In areas that we converge, let's do that, right? 5G, for example, right? I think Southeast Asia are not confronted with the choices of Huawei or not Huawei, or US or China, right? But actually Ericsson, European kind of players has always been very much in the landscape and all that. I think the examples can be extended to many other capacity building and also normative principles, normative power, Europe as a normative power. But also in terms of, at the moment, I would say development and security are things that was overlooked earlier on. Now I think converge, because as I mentioned in the almost everybody earlier on, I think the theater in Europe and the theater in Indo-Pacific converge. And this is going to be a process, a trend. Hence, to answer your question, the more the merrier, and Europe's role will be more important than before.
I mean, I agree. I think there is clear convergence in terms of the more, the merrier. And I think that's clearly at the heart of Europe's approach going forward, partnership. I mean, if we look again back at the US, the term probably means different things in different places. We've heard different things coming out of the White House in terms of America first, rethinking perhaps partnerships. So again, I might sound a bit confused because I don't want to project anything in terms of my views on how I see it, but perhaps you can help us also see going forward these partnerships. The only positive thing that I've seen recently in that sense was pulling together, I don't know, close to, I don't want to say a number, but I think it was, numerous countries in terms of critical raw materials that the US held, the summit in February, I believe, that was very welcome by countries across the world. But we do struggle with the interpretation of partnerships. So how do you see that?
Yes, I mean, I think that's exactly right. And I think the United States is currently going through this rupture on its own in many ways, looking at the network of alliances and institutions that built up over the last 70 years and questioning their value because it's taken them for granted for so long. And you look at some of the new emergent issues of the 21st century. You mentioned critical minerals, right? And this came up on the previous panel, which dealt with that topic in a far more expert way than I'm able to. But the nature of the critical minerals ministerial that Washington held, I think, points to the fact that the United States still recognizes it needs to work in a coalitional fashion. It can't accomplish the complete creation of new supply chains to avert reliance on China, which controls the majority of the world's refinement processing of critical minerals and rare earths, because the United States offshored that capacity many decades ago. So it's looking to partners and middle powers, including Australia and the EU, Japan and Korea, to help with that regard. I also mentioned, this notion of the Pax Silica, which flows from that. as well as the Board of Peace, which I think is emblematic of the idiosyncratic and contradictory nature of Trump's conceptualization of alliances and partnerships. Trump invited Vladimir Putin and Belarusian leader Lukashenko to the Board of Peace. It also included Vietnamese participation, Indonesian participation at one point. Prabowo has since paused involvement in the Board of Peace, but it reflects this sort of ad hoc arrangement of leaders that suits the U.S. And this administration in particular's need to accomplish things on the world stage in a way that goes around the United Nations or goes partly through the United Nations to establish the Board of Peace. But he's trying to fundamentally accomplish something new and in a way that I think has not quite settled that question of self-reliance and the United States being the primary power in the world versus the need to work with middle powers and other countries, allies or former rivals to accomplish shared goods and goals.
Thank you for that. I'm mindful of the time, and I'm also mindful that we have a very big question to tackle. And as I said, no pressure. I know the expectation was not to really have an answer, but I think we did identify pillars that I think are solid, and we converged from the north to the south, that it must be rules-based, multilateral, and multipolar at the same time. I do not have a whole summary here, and I do not want to use much more of the time because I also want to engage the audience for a couple of minutes. We do have time, and we have microphones, so I see one hand, and I see two hands, 3, 4, and we have about 8 minutes. So if that's okay with you all, I'll take 4 questions and then we'll manage those. So Teona, you have the floor. Please we'll get a microphone. And just make it short, please, all of you, so we have time.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Shusha. Thank you very much for this interesting panel. My question is about the EU's trading power and to what extent you think that this will, and I'm sure it will, but to what extent it will shape also this global order. EU has more than almost 80 countries trading relations, and also we should be mindful that this can be used also for the two commerce principle, that is to also foster the peace and help also in terms of the interdependence in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question. Yes, right here.
Hi, everyone. My name's Marat Terterev. I'm from European Geopolitical Forum and Brussels Energy Club. Look, I really appreciate this panel and the discussions, as well as the quite brave efforts of the organizers to address this question. What should the next global order look like? But to be totally honest with you, as someone who's been working in international relations for a good 30 years, I'm really concerned about the framing of the question itself, okay? Because if, for example, someone mentioned Mark Carney in the panel, if Mark Carney states in a public address in Davos or wherever that the rules-based order that we've known since the end of the Cold War is over, it doesn't mean that it isn't automatically over. We cannot just assume that the current world order, or the order that we have, is actually over. If you actually look at the last 4 systems of global order, which is, as the gentleman mentioned there, the first one, Westphalia, then after the Congress of Vienna, after the Napoleonic Wars, then World War I, Versailles, and World War II. All of these systems of order actually finished after very complex, almost international and global level conflict. Yes. We do not have that today. We do not have that today.
I am so sorry to jump in.
I think maybe that's a comment, but perhaps the question would be, has the current world order collapsed?
Okay,
because
thank you for that.
I don't think it has.
Thank you. We have a third question. Yes, right here, and fourth. And that will be it.
First of all, thank you for a very interesting conversation. I have 3 questions. First one.
That's tricky, but go ahead. 30
First one
seconds.
to Klaus Welle.
Okay.
When you say, and I fully agree, that Europe has to have its own defense, where do you put the fight against disinformation? Defense or technology? Or both? Second question. It's very right, as I said, that Europe has to have its own defense. Can that be if we allow external partners to enter the defense?
I am sorry, I think we stick to
agreement?
2. I think that's already very generous.
A very quick
We are
one.
very short on time, and there's so many here that do have questions. There's time for questions afterwards as well. Thank you so much. Last question.
Kimon Zorbas, I think Klaus Welle put it in terms, concise, precise, and I think that's the key issue. One question, though, I'd like to pose to you is, so do you believe that what the Commission has in the drawer or has been suggesting so far and announced to address further will be sufficient to actually push the economy and help us try to catch up on the technology side? Thank you.
Great. So we have a question of Europe's trading power, also a question on the framing of the question. But I think I have to say we're brave here, so this was the idea. And then the tech question, as well as I think a question directed to Klaus. So how about we have like 3 minutes. Klaus, you should go first, very briefly, and then Manoj and Cheng-Chi and Hunter. Very briefly.
Okay, I don't know what are in the Commission's drawers. I don't even know where these drawers are, but I think what's important is that we start to get signals from the member states that they understand that business as usual is no longer possible. Especially last week when we had the so-called E6, self-declared E6, the 5 plus Netherlands, saying now we need a single supervisor. Germany was always against a single supervisor, if I remember. So they start to understand that business as usual is no longer an option. That's giving me a bit of optimism. Concerning the external partners, I'm a traditional transatlanticist. I would like the Americans to be as long as possible. But they tell us now that primary responsibility for conventional defense is for the Europeans. It's not what the Europeans are saying, it's what the Americans are saying. And therefore, we have to reorganize our defense, and we have to become, as Friedrich Merz has been saying, self-sufficient on the conventional time. Probably we need 10 years. I hope we are having the 10 years.
Thank you. Klaus, Manoj, quickly.
So just quickly on the question of Europe's trading power, I'll quote somebody whom I read every day, Xi Jinping. Your trading power is truly significant because markets are a critical and scarce resource increasingly in the world, and technological capability along with that. So I think that that's a critical source of power. I want to address the question of the question. And very briefly, I agree. I don't think the order has collapsed. I think what we're seeing is that if you think of the world as a kitchen, there's a pressure cooker, and American power in some ways had put the lid on had kept the lid shut. And now we're seeing lots of tiny whistles going on, which could lead the order to collapse.
Thank you. Cheng-Chi?
Just 1 minute. Having emphasized the different strategic DNA of alliance first and also alliance allergy, I'm not suggesting that the two groups of strategic actors cannot work together. Rather, it's about manage your expectation when you try to forge partnership or alignment. Then the final point to mention is that, so the converging point is going to be about the multi-alignment plus, but it's going to be very asymmetric and also ambivalent. The black and white situations that we have been seeing over the last 70, 80 years is gone.
Agreed.
We are going to see shades of gray.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, well, I suppose I can only try to address the comment from the gentleman here about the current world order being dead or not. I suppose one way to put that is that the order that the United States and its allies and partners helped to create after World War II is not dead, but the U.S.-led aspect of that order may be dead, in fact. And I think there are different ways to assess that, but one could be the absence of the U.S. and many of the multilateral bodies that helped to create, the rejection of the values and norms which underpin that order, and the unilateral tariffs which have hit some of U.S. allies and most critical partners harder than some of our rivals. And finally, just a point, one European Council on Foreign Relations survey I saw recently showed that more Europeans now see the U.S. as an adversary or rival than as an ally. And I think that's emblematic of a fundamental change in the current world order and arrangement of power.
Well, on that note, not as positive as I wished, but I think I invite you to thank our panelists for a wonderful panel, I hope, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Queridos amigos, ya el día está avanzando. Estamos en última panel de discusión, conversación sobre América Latina. Y aquí tenemos un gran honor para tener, para mí, dar bienvenidos a personas seguramente más influyentes en este debate en Europa, ahora en años que vienen, el señor Alberto Núñez Feijóo, presidente del Partido Popular Español. Presidente, bienvenidos.
Muchas gracias.
Como no tenemos tanto tiempo, dejamos un poco de introducciones y vamos directamente al tema. Nosotros en todo este día hemos hablado del cambio global, nuevos poderes, nuevo poder, nuevo papel que China está teniendo, nuestra nueva relación con Estados Unidos y también de América Latina. Ahora, España ha estado teniendo siempre papel clave en esta relación, pero este cambio, la pregunta...
Okay, so this is a question for Mr. President. How can you use this new strategy which is needed for Europe? And which is the role for Spain? How can Spain be a leader in this process in order to introduce new strategy and do something in this world that just changed so much? Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for this invitation. For me, it's a real honor to be here with you today and to be able to have so many people here, MEPs from and ex-presidents and so many friends here. And it's very important for me to be able to talk about this because I'm Spanish, so Latin America, Ibero-America is something essential for me. So first of all, let's talk about some figures in order to understand what we are talking about. Whenever we talk about Latin America or Ibero-America, we are talking about a population which is bigger than Europe. It has around 70 million inhabitants. So we are talking about young population. Average is 31 years old. In Europe, average is around 40 years old. And there is also some forecast when talking about population of 7,300 millions. And we are seeing also that population is shrinking in Europe. So we can see that those realities from Latin America and Europe are really different. And we are also seeing that there is a different future forecast. It's true that our GDP per capita now is over 43,500 euros, and in America, Latin America, we can talk about dollars, we can talk about something below $11,000 per capita, and there is a huge difference because in Europe it's nearly 44,000 euros per capita. But both together, the European Union and Latin America, they both represent 14% of global population and more than 20% of global GDP. So both together, they represent 1/3 of members of United Nations, and they also represent a joint GDP similar to the one of the United States, maybe a little bit lower, but a GDP bigger than that of China. So we are talking about very important and strategic topics. We need to be aware of the evolution, the progress, the size as well. And we are already partners because the European Union is the third current partner for Latin America. And the European Union is clearly the biggest foreign investor in the area. What do I think about Latin America? The European Union has lost weight there, probably because the bridge between Hispano-America, Latin America, and Europe is Spain, and Spain does not have that power now, and they are doing another kind of policy, and they are doing other things. So I can just put you some examples to understand it. Let's look at Venezuela. The Spanish government, they had a dictatorship of nearly 20 years, and the opposition, People's Party, are the ones that have talked about this topic at the European Parliament with the EPP party. So the Spanish government, who normally has been boosting relations between the European Union and Latin America, they are not doing this anymore. This is a historical responsibility, and they are not doing that. They are just taking a look at their own foreign strategy. And Spain has to be the driver strategically between those places. And of course, if there is no political will, there is nothing we manage to do. But I insist, this is a role that Spain must have. We, as soon as we can, we will get back to this track. Spain is a bridge between Europe and Latin America, and this is something that is in our DNA, and it should be one of our strategic priorities. The partners in the European Union, I'm sure that whenever there is a political shift in Spain, will know how to move forward, and they will just take this track to the future. We will guide them, because we are talking about 700 million of citizens. And let's take another example. When things went wrong in Spain, we went to Latin America to work. And when things were fine for Spanish, we went to Latin America to invest. So I think we should change this paradigm. So how can I conclude this question? Latin America is part of the solution in order to get a controlled openness, and the European Union should be controlling this, but I think that Latin America is part of the solution, not the problem, and I think this is the best part in the whole world for this. And Spain, and Latin America is the best place to have a partnership with, because we have a very similar way of understanding life. We have similar values, similar way of understanding things. We are much more closer than to Oceania, Asia, China, Africa, other places. So I think it's interesting to keep looking at Latin America. And when Spain is leading in Latin America, there is some influence in Europe. Whenever Spain is looking aside, then the influence of Europe is just diluting. So that's why we need to have Spain again as a leader. And we need to use all the potential of the European Union, and we should look at that side of the Atlantic, Latin America. Yes, Mr. President, thank you. And you think that Latin America is interesting, that's clear. But there are other places which are also interesting. For instance, China is really active. If we take a look at figures, we can see how they are doing. United States, for instance, they are now having a different way, but they are having a lot of power. So which is now the added value for Europe towards Latin America? There are so many shifts at global level. Well, of course, if there is a space that is being occupied by someone else, whenever there is a vacuum, someone else will be there. So the European Union is not there, and China will just take the place. And if we keep losing time, and we have been losing time for 10 years already, every time China will be more present, for sure. But it's very complicated to apply the Mercosur Treaty, and we need to implement things properly. And this is a way to get closer to Latin America. But now we see that there is a different competition between different political models. There are two political models. There are some societies which are open and some societies which are democratic. And then we have the contrary things, those which are against our principles. So Europe can send three things to Latin America. First of all, they can help to reinforce their institutions. So Europe can support them and can help a lot Latin American countries to talk about the importance of legal certainty, of the importance of respecting contracts, the importance of having businesses until the end and complying with businesses regardless what happens at political level. So Europe can provide stability. This is very important. We can export this stability. Secondly, training, education. This is really important when talking about postgraduate studies. Europe can also export that. And third thing, technological and political investment. I was reading recently that Germany is going to need around 70,000, let's say differently, they are going to need, because they are going to have a deficit of 70,000 graduates in the next years. They do have universities, they do have young people, and in Spain we can attract engineers, mathematicians, experts, and they can come to Europe, and I'm sure they would like to come to Europe. Europe can also provide to Latin America other things. For instance, when we are trying to reliability, when we are trying to have business there, maybe we can give some reliability, and we can have different laws and different treaties which provide certainty and reliability. So then this will help to have more investments, because there are many things in Europe which can be invested and they could go addressed to Latin America instead of the United States. But we cannot just think that Latin America is a place to extract natural resources. It's a place where we should invest. It's not just a place where we should extract whatever we want, bring it to Europe, then we manufacture it, and then we think that they are just like a huge mine for us. Of course, they do have lithium, they have copper, they have different minerals which are raw materials, and they are essential for the new economy. But what we have to create here is guarantees, stability, trust, and to invest over there. I insist, we need to invest in Latin America. And I am sure that if there was this reliability, these guarantees, this respect for different contracts and making business, there would be much more trustiness. So I'm sure that Spanish, Italian, Finnish, whoever would like to invest in Latin America. I have another question, talking about values. For instance, there is something that we can export, which is regulation. We, for instance, intend to protect the environment, we fight against climate change. We have some goals that maybe they do not share that much in other continents. But as you were saying, sometimes in Latin America, there is some protectionism. China does not have that agenda. So how do we deal with this situation, this protectionism? Well, Europe is the world champion when talking about regulation. I think that what are we going to be proud of? We shouldn't be proud that much of that. It's very good to regulate, but maybe we are a little bit obsessed about regulating, and we want to comply with every procedure, sometimes don't even thinking at the real goals. So we need to see if the procedure is useful for having a goal and a result, and if we comply, if maybe this is useful. We need to have some assessment, because sometimes we do paralyze things because of our procedures and we are just losing competitiveness. So there are some standards, for instance, for environmental things in Europe that sometimes they are too much ideological and sometimes they are not real and they are not based in reality. So maybe we should be critical with ourselves. Of course, we have accepted many things and we have, of course, done things right and all the things just wrong. So we cannot just have this free way of doing things, or maybe we cannot just do the opposite and just have rules and banning everything. There are many regulations in Europe which, in my opinion, have been a failure. I'm very critical with some of the things that we have regulated about. We have lost industry, competitiveness in our economy. We have now moved everything to China, and now we are dealing with the problems of that. So this mandate, we are just advancing in an accelerated way in order to regulate in a more reasonable way and in order to work with climate impact, but not having a negative impact in our growth, in our competitiveness, and so on. We represent 5% of global population. We cannot solve 100% of the problems of the world. We cannot be so naive. And now we are saying that every day. If there is a conflict in Asia, in Near East, close to Europe, the one that is suffering the most is the European Union. So maybe we should ask ourselves, why is this so? We should start leading production again. And we should think that regulation is not just better because we are regulating per se. We have to regulate correctly, not more. And we need to find a balance. And I hope we manage to do that in this mandate. I think that Europeans are not that humble, are not that pragmatic, and they do not have that many results. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let's go back to Mercosur. It has an impact on trade, but there is also another debate. There is a dialogue at internal level in the European Union. and nearly everyone understands that there is a real geopolitical importance in this agreement. But at the end of the day, it has a local impact for some sectors. And for citizens, it's hard to understand what it means. For instance, let's think about agriculture. So how are we going to manage this situation and explain it to our citizens? Well, I think that Europe has to open itself to the world. So trade agreements, in principle, are necessary. We cannot go backwards to an autarky of the 27 member states. That makes no sense. I defend that. And I also think that the European Union sometimes does not have enough internal investments, and we do not take advantage the economy of scale that we have created, both at institutional and political level. But why the primary sector is rejecting or doubting about Mercosur? Because they have seen what has happened with other agreements for fisheries and for agriculture and for primary sectors. They have seen that the impact was negative for them. So the problem for them is not Mercosur, because it hasn't started yet. The problem is that they have seen what has happened before. And now they have doubts, and they think, okay, we already have a problem. Is this going to make things worse? Because agricultures and farmers and livestock farmers, they do have problems and they have doubts, and I can understand it, but we cannot just blame this agreement, which is not even into force, because of course it has been already signed formally, but it's not really into force yet. So we are already importing products from Mercosur which are higher in quantity of tons than what we would have without tariffs. So we are already buying things that we do need in Europe, and we are importing them. Then, Mercosur agreement, the content of the treaty, and the safeguards that we have approved before it went into force, if they're really complied with, farmers and livestock farmers, they should be okay, they should be calm. We just need to comply with what we have approved. But this is the responsibility of the European Commission, because they cannot just approve an agreement and then forget about how this is implemented. Fishers, livestock farmers, farmers in Europe, they know what has happened with all the treaties, because the European Commission didn't follow up what was happening when they were implemented, and they have not checked what happened in the inspections in the border. And the border of the whole European Union is a competence of the European Commission, of course, together with member states. So I think that when we are talking about our trade unions, and we have Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and we need to update the treaty with Mexico and with Chile, this is on the right path. But now that we have this text, it is an updated text. Now we have learned from previous experiences, and we know what's happening with the primary sector. For instance, what happened with Morocco's agreement. Now we just have to act differently, and we just need to comply with the agreement. And the primary sector is not the one to pay for what's not going properly. I think that we have to work thoroughly, and we have to apply this disposition. If a product goes below a 5% in its price, we need to suspend importations to stop them. If there is an increase of 5% of volume of a certain product, we also have to suspend these imports. And the EPP has to be the party for the primary sector, for the livestock farmers, for the farmers. That's what we have to do. And if we don't do that, afterwards, we are not going to get enough votes. We need to know where we stand. We have some values, and the European Union used those values to create the European Union. Without the EPP, there wouldn't be a European Union as such. But we cannot think that we can just leave things as if they were easy. Things are complex, complicated. And European farmers, they are just asking for equality in production, in conditions, that's the only thing they're asking for. So we need to compete, of course, but we need to have some traceability. We need to make sure that there are some inspections, that we comply with all health measures, because otherwise we are not acting loyally. And one of the things that we are asking is to have this loyal, fair competition. So we cannot see the primary sector as other different industrial sectors. But at the end of the day, EPP was the one that managed to get that safeguards within the treaty, and we also were the ones that managed to have these 45 billions in the CAP. So whoever is against Mercosur, they just managed to have it provisionally into force, but the safeguards are because of the EPP, and the agreement with Italy was thanks to us, and that's how we have these 45 billions for the CAP. So now we have hope, and I think that Mercosur should be for us, because otherwise China is going to be there, because there are some thousands of hectares in Argentina, in Brazil, the production of soja, of corn. China is in the top of the ranking, so we cannot be naive. So we have just opened the market for the 27, but now we have to follow up what's happening. We cannot be autarkic. Okay, thank you very much. We have still 4 or 5 minutes, and I would like to get back to something you more or less mentioned. Populism, Venezuela. Many years ago, we could already see populism in Latin America. And now this is stronger. And now we see the direct impact on Europe. You have also mentioned sometimes Venezuela. So what do we have to do? Which is our way of dealing with this phenomena? Well, as I was saying before, there's something that we can export from the European Union to Latin America, and this is the balance, the institutions, and our stability. And here, we should think what we want for Latin America. We want the same thing as for Spain or for the European Union. Maybe someday we'll realize that there are not that many European politicals that have never been to Argentina or to Colombia or to Brazil. And I'm saying here they have never been to those countries. Never. How is this possible? I know that they travel a lot to Asia, but our culture, our values, our way of understanding life, they are all linked much more to Latin America. I mean, nothing against Asians, but they are not that similar. We are much more closer as Europeans to Latin America than to any of the Asian countries. So we have to think about these similarities in the culture, in religion, in basic principles of how to live. And we need to take care of this democracy. Spanish position in Venezuela has been indecent. Thousands of indefensible. Thousands of Gallegos, Canarios, Spaniards have gone there to have their companies since historical times, and we have just left them alone with the dictatorship. And Sanchez government has not just looked aside. They're just making profit with this dictatorship, and they are now having influence on them. And let's take a look at the media to see what we are going to learn in the next weeks, because we need to know which are the interests of PDVSA with Sanchez government, with international socialists. We are going to learn more about what's going on in the next weeks, because how is it possible that ex-president of the government, Mr. Zapatero, has traveled to Venezuela nearly every month during many years? What was he doing there? What was he looking for? What was he consolidating there? I mean, how is it possible that the Spanish government is talking about international rights so easily, and they have been protecting for 20 years the dictatorship in Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela? those places do not hold basic rights for the peoples. And Cuba touches me very closely because I know it. I love it so much. I think it's a splendid country. And I would tell Mr. Díaz-Canel to open Cuba for prosperity, for democracy. The Cuban people do not have to live in this poverty, extreme poverty situation. They do not deserve that. Since Mr. Maduro is imprisoned, this is the situation. So let's be sensitive with the situation. I'm very proud of being a member of the APP because I met the MEP of the APP, the General Secretary, all the delegation at the European Parliament, and we are the ones who have talked about democratic elections in Venezuela, and we said that some people won. One was exiled to Spain, thanks to the Spanish government, and the other one, Maria Corina, she couldn't get out from her place for more than 1 year. And it has been the European People's Party and not the Spanish government who talked about this at the European Parliament. And it has been the EPP who awarded the Sakharov Award, and we're the ones who have supported for the Nobel Prize. So EPP has done much more for the democracy in Venezuela than my country's government, and this hurts me. But at the same time, as I'm a member of the EPP, I'm happy because this debate of supporting democracy is a false debate when we are talking about foreign interferences. This is a false debate because those people do not have freedom of expression. They are kidnapped, expropriated, they are imprisoned. And whenever someone talks against that, there is an interference in the politics. No, this is not the case. If we say something, we are saving those countries. Mr. President, thank you very much for being here today. I know that your agenda is really tight, so thank you very much for taking your time for this conversation. I'm not going to make some conclusions because this is not the end of the dialogue. We are just starting with it, and I'm sure that in the next years we are going to keep talking to this. You will come to Brussels probably with another role, so we will keep talking, and I hope, we all hope, that you will accept our invitations and we will keep talking and having this dialogue. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Thanks to everyone.
Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. Good, great. Thank you, Panos. Make sure that everything is calm down behind. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Such a great pleasure to hear this today. The panelists that I would like to thank. We have finally had experts that came not to talk about the problems, but also about the solutions. Politicians, active politicians, we appreciate this. Let me, in 20 seconds, address in my mother tongue, global language, Spanish, al presidente del Partido Popular, Alberto Núñez Feijóo. Muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros aquí en el Martin Center hoy. Es todo un honor para todos nosotros. A la secretaria general del Partido Popular Europeo, Dolors Montserrat, a mis compañeros y compañeras eurodiputados aquí presentes, y al presidente.
To the president and also my mentor. I am having this mentor week, President Pastrana, with whom I share the presidency and secretary of the International. Yesterday I was with President Rajoy. Today I had lunch with President Aznar. So I'm just surrounded by my mentors. And I can also think about another mentor I had as a president of the EPP, Wilfred Martins.
He was truly a European leader. When the European People's Party was founded in 1976, we were addressing crises. Everybody seems to forget now. Everybody seems to think that today is the biggest crisis. May I recall everybody in the 70s when Wilfred Martins and others, founding fathers of this family, created the EPP. We were addressing the problem of the Soviets, May 68, the oil crisis, social instability in the United States, in Europe. And where are we today? Here we are. More united than then, by the way. Addressing new crises, new situations that we have to confront, and that everybody expects from us solutions. We are not here to cry. We are not here not to lead. People expect from the European People's Party, as has been doing since 1999, our first majority, that we will continue to keep this European Union united and effective. Yes, yes, we are not very good at defense, we are not very good at trade, we are not very good at many things. We are improving. Give us time. We are 27 democratic countries that join efforts to construct the most incredible miracle in politics, I have to say, in modern era. Here we are, countries that were killing each other for centuries sitting together. I was so proud when I saw my Finnish friend, Tommy, so many years together in the Martin Center, talking with President Feijóo about Latin America. By the way, also I would like to say thank you to many friends from other parts of the world that have been sharing with us this day, from Malaysia, Indonesia, United States. I'm always, you know me, I'm a little bit autocritical. We missed Africa. My friends, team from Martin Center, you did an outstanding work. You did an outstanding work, but next occasion we have to invite more friends from Africa also. Global synergy. Wilfred Martins would be proud of that. Now, let me, my half American part, come out and tell you, now we have an opportunity, the Europeans, in this moment of crisis, to lead with our principles and values, the ones set by the founding fathers, which, by the way, they were from the EPP family. And other countries that in the past feared Europeans, now they want this new relation with us. Trade agreements now with India, with Mexico, Mercosur. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Europeans, we have a different way of doing things. Maybe some of you might think that we are slow. As President Feijóo really rightly put it, too regulated. But we're going to change that. ideologies that flourished in the past, like socialism, are no longer the answer. They were very smart. When the Soviet system failed, when we all saw the disaster created by socialism, they reinvented themselves and started to speak about other things, climate change, gender balance, and so on. And they have survived till now. You know how many governments, socialist governments, are there in Europe right now? Full governments? 3. And in Latin America, mentioned by President Feijóo, question of Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and so many others, we are also seeing this disaster. But the answer is not the flourishing of the extreme right that's happening in Europe. And in Latin America, by the way, before us. There are many lessons, political lessons, to be learned from what's going on in Latin America. As Europeans should, it's very well put it before me, should listen and be more attentive at what's going on in Latin America. Lessons to be learned. This is something that the Europeans, we are not so easy at. But today, we will be celebrating, dear Dolores, the 50th anniversary of the European People's Party. You and President Manfred Weber, you have a difficult task ahead. I do not envy you, but you have the full support of the Martin Center and many friends sitting here today in order to take the lead. That leading role that we so much need nowadays, and that many, many countries in the world are asking. With this difficult atmosphere, unpredictability, we have to be the sure guide, the North Pole, of many people that are living in fear in the world today. That's a very, very humble ambition that I set for the EPP, my dear Dolores, but I'm sure that you will, and all of us in the European People's Party and in the Martin Center, answer the call as we have always done since the creation of this European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tono, for your warm remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings the Global Synergy Conference 2026 to a close. Thank you for spending the day with us, full of rich, intense, and inspiring discussions. I would like to thank once again all our speakers and our moderators. A big thank you as well to the entire Martin Center team for the organization of this event, and to all of you here in Brussels and online for your active engagement through on social media for updates on our upcoming activities. Thank you once again, and we invite you to join us right outside for the closing cocktail.